All right. We have everybody here and I show 6:06. So why don't we call to order our regular meeting? Okay, so we're called to order our regular commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 7, 2025. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Groth,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
See my mouth moving. Yeah, thanks.
Mayor Groth,
Doing it again. Oh, I know. Watch many videotape depositions.
Hey, I know you people.
We set to continue?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll for us, please?
Mayor Groth,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler,
Here.
Commissioner Huntington,
Here.
Commissioner Samara.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Could we do the pledge, please? Okay, do we have any additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda at this time?
I have two.
Okay,
There are two items on here, Dan, that you put on the agenda, and there's no explanation or backup. There was nothing I could do to prepare for these things, and we're supposed to have something for us to consider. I called the manager and I called the attorney to discuss these items, and they didn't have any information they could share with me either. So I'm here flying blind on two items.
Dan, could you talk to your mic, please?
Since there was no backup, well, when I asked the clerk, since there was no backup on it, I'm going to pull both of those items and save it for the next commission meeting.
So, and just, Commissioner Samari, so I think in between your terms, we adopted a policy where we have like a full detailed sheet. So-
And that's.
I know these are your two,
No, no,
these are
no.
your first two items, so I'm just telling you.
No, this is something that, as there's something that I have to learn.
Yeah, of
that
course,
what-
of course.
What has happened in the past is different from what has happened now.
Exactly.
So I definitely apologize to this commission for that.
No problem.
Know about that. But
Okay.
that's my responsibility to find out. So I definitely would like, if Mr. Commissioner Kennedy wouldn't mind if I can jump in front and pull those two items.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'll mark, that's 13A and B. Vice Mayor,
Move
was
to
there,
the Next mission.
Vice Mayor, were there any others?
No.
I have, so 13C is your item, Mac, doesn't have anything on it either.
Well, unfortunately, there was nothing for me to add. I did have send a longer message through to the clerk and the manager when I sent it in, and it didn't make it onto here, but I did have a longer write-up on it.
It wasn't included, you say?
It's not included
Staff.
on here, but I sent it in to staff, yeah. But I will tell you, Vero, that there wasn't a whole lot on it because it was an item that I couldn't get any information on. It was based on a social media post, and again, when I talked to Brad and Al about it, they didn't have information they could share with me either. So it was really just a, hey, Dan, what's this about item? That's really all I presented to them in the email that I sent him.
So I'm just trying to be fair here. We're asking Commissioner Samaria not to move forward with two items because it doesn't have any support, but your item doesn't have any support.
Well, there's no support, but there was a longer item that I sent in. It was an email that I sent in that didn't make it onto the agenda. But I will say again that there was nothing I could add other than I don't know what happened here. I would like this to be explained at the meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner Amsler.
And I did talk to the attorney and manager, and they both said, Mac, we don't know either. We've asked the commissioner, and he's not providing information to us.
Commissioner Amsler, I appreciate what you have done, but there has been something that this is important. There's done nothing wrong, so I don't have a problem I hope I don't regret it, but I don't have a problem with this item being brought up. Again, Commissioner Amsler, thank you very much for thinking about that, but because there was a post on Nextdoor and I have done nothing wrong, so I'm willing to,
All right, so I
Why don't
just
we-
wanted to make sure
No.
we'll have the same sort of treatment.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And then on the other side, just for us, we received the agenda on Friday. We have to kind of go through these items, and the idea of having backup is that we're all prepared, but also the people that come forward have the time to read.
I don't want to drag this on into the next
Okay,
commission meeting,
okay.
so.
All right,
So
I have an item.
I'll mark down 13A and 13B as withdrawn to move, and then 13C will stay. There was another item you had, Commissioner?
Yes, so on the minutes.
The
I know that-
9K,
Let me just get to it.
the last one there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I could just pull those minutes off, I just want to have the time to address minutes in my commission report. If we can just push them for the next meeting, my idea is that we have an understanding. I don't know if you guys do. I'm still wondering whether we are presented the information that is basic in terms of minutes. We have lots of minutes that need to be catched up, and I just want to make sure that whatever is done from that point, from this point on, Pamela, in terms of format is what we all looking to see. There was a question I asked Bradley just before we got to the meeting today about, do you feel confident this is legally sufficient in terms of a minute? And I don't know that I got that answer. So if you guys don't disagree, I would like to push it for next agenda so that whatever format has been already seen and discussed, internally between the manager, Pamela, because there's a lot of catch-up that needs to happen. I don't want to have to be pulling items one by one. I'd rather make sure the items address as we all feel comfortable, everything we discuss, if that's okay.
And you're going to be, I'm fine with that. And you're going to be addressing that in your report tonight?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm all for that. And just so folks in the audience know, the reason it's so important is not us just being picky about that. We all know that the official meeting minutes are the official record of the meeting, even more so than the video that's stored on YouTube. So they have to be right and complete, or our record of the meeting is not right and complete. So that's why we have to be so sticklers about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now so we're talking 9, H, I, J, and K, correct?
Yes.
That's all of them. Okay. All right.
Mayor, if you will, I have concerns about the minutes as well. Maybe we could walk on a discussion item at the end to discuss the minutes procedure and what we're currently doing and what we can do better, because I have concerns as well. And instead of addressing them each individually, maybe we can have a group discussion.
So I will say yes, if we get to that point, yes.
Why don't we do that? And Vero, why don't we have that be, since you're going to present it in your report, why don't we let Vero lead that, because she's going to report on it anyway. And then that way, instead of you having your report and then us discussing it again later, we can do it all at one time.
Perfect.
Let her go first.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a note that we have a discussion item under new business on minutes. Okay. I think I have everything. Yeah, is that anything further for additions, deletions, or withdrawals at this time? Hearing none.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, I just wanted to put my report in the department reports at the end after the ordinances, reading the ordinance.
You want to move section 8 to after the ordinances?
Yes, please.
All of section.
Says-
No, he's not, well, right, but he's talking about all of section 8, 8A, B, C, D, and E. Yes.
Dan, I can't hear you when you're not speaking in your microphone. It's your microphone, not your mask.
Are we going to have a manager's report too? Because I don't see it on here.
Yeah, I think that's what Al's suggesting he wants
Yes.
to move. Al, do you want to move all of 8 or just your portion of 8?
Your report.
All of the department reports will be combined with my report, yes.
Okay.
We'll combine them and move them after the ordinances.
Okay, all right, so I think I have all that down correctly, hopefully. Okay, so do I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as it's been amended? Do
Motion to approve as amended.
we have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's begin with our presentation from our finance department. Evening, Paul.
Test.
Hey, we got it.
A little, I can't tell how loud it is from here, but
You're good.
good. All right, thank you. Happy New Year to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to introduce the changes that we're working on with your finance department, particularly as directed through the budget process, a strategy to improve the entire process, but some really specific things I'm going to talk about today. Big picture, the financial report in the agenda also has the October and November financials, and it's the least remarkable time of year to talk about financials because they have nothing of note. I will give you because of the revenue not being in, and it's actually just now hitting this fiscal year because you get most of your October invoices in November, you pay them, they show up in your December financials. So you're just seeing, you will start to see the year in your next set of financials. So with that said, I really want to focus on the big picture is the change will happen on many levels and the improvements. The first one is to have a very formatted schedule. And the schedule is across the board, and I've met with the manager and discussed it. And basically, I call it the February 1 kickoff. Basically, the picture is the manager issues a statement to all staff with an estimate or a position on increases, particularly labor or personnel, staffing assumptions. And those assumptions can trickle as broadly or narrowly as the manager so chooses. There's no science to that. It's just how we start things in this business. And then from that, the department heads will begin to develop their 2026 budget from that first message. Now, going a little deeper, what we've already done is started to develop a relationship with the department heads and the finance director or the person handling the budget analyst and the accounts payable process, which I've appointed myself to do. Nobody else would do it. No, just kidding. It's really my job because I have the familiarity to get the thing built right so that we can sustain it for years to come. I've had
So are you talking about building the accounts payable process, you said, like from
Yes.
scratch?
Yes. So-
Designing it, yeah.
Yeah, so for the last few visits to the village, I've attacked it on multiple levels at the same time. One, in my report, it mentions you have an assistant clerk now that handles that responsibility. You didn't for a long period of time over the summer. You got a large backlog of invoices. We've worked tirelessly to get those caught up, get them programmed into this process correctly. That's taken some big steps forward. So the other part I was beginning to mention with the department heads is really an understanding of how the budget process, the manager's responsibility, the reports to the commission, they are really the same thing. And that is a paradigm shift for a lot of us that have never been taught that way or managed that way. And what it means is that, and really the crux of my report is I summarized it into what I call an village events preview. And what I did was I took 3 years of village event history and put it into identifiable categories that we could: credit cards, equipment, DJs, supplies, the obvious pieces of those little puzzles, and match them up year to year so that the department head can actually start to see trends, see programmatic flaws or strengths. I'm hoping to eventually develop into the detail attendance, participation, some sort of either qualitative or quantitative observations of each one of these events. So this will roll into a manager's report to you that will be financially based and quantitatively based. So what you'll do is you'll see this is how we did in the past, this is how we're doing this year, and the next column on this type of report is what do we want to start thinking about for next year? And some topics like a construction or a public works might even have multiple year projections, like when would we do that road project? And they really all need to be dovetailed together. And that's the big leap that you've never had. And you're going to have this sustained effort to hold the department heads into that process, to bring that to you in their reports, and it'll look just like your budget. And so what happens in our budget process is you see numbers for the first time that describe what you did last year or the current year in the budget cycle and what they want to do next year. And they may not even align. And that was very, historically problematic. And that's what we're trying to fix in this phase of improvement. The other thing that the manager and the department heads will do is they have to adopt into their vernacular, into their cultural, into their interactions, a financial element. It's been missing, frankly, for whatever reason. But the point is that it's really holding everybody to that fabric, because the budget should not be the first time you think like that. It should be constant. And so with that overview, Issa particularly, I picked on him the most. He's the one who's not armed in my meeting. So he's been very generous with his effort and understanding. The chief and I have actually started to talk about how, and they get the whole data dump of all of their financials every month with the financials. And we sort it out for them, or I can, once they learn to sort it and put it in its format, we can see it much quicker and react to it more quickly. And ultimately, we'll have a week period, WEEK, week period of review. So before the financials even actually get published, we can correct some things. And all those steps seem common sense, but they get ignored in a culture and a climate like Village of Biscayne Park. And I think you guys understand how your staffing history has worked, what their workload is like. And this role that I'm filling is I'm doing the time-consuming part to them. They're going to do the thinking part because it's their shop, it's their house that they're managing and operating on your behalf through the manager. And so I'm trying to get that as streamlined as possible, as helpful as possible, so that it becomes the way we all do business. So that's my introduction. It'll get much tighter. The schedule I want to mention again, there's an internal schedule where the manager writes that memo. We start to pick the external schedule, which is when we're going to have key reports. What we want to do is we want to have the stuff that we get tied down in the budget process really turn up in a commission meeting. And you have a strategic planning session, I believe, potentially. Those they did in the past, but that will definitely dovetail into this as well. So that when you're starting to go through the budget process, you're not worrying about a lot of those details because they've already been presented to you. You've already given guidance to staff that you want next year's like the budget process is 12 months of the year is really the final sentence I want to leave you with. Are there any questions?
Well, thank you, Paul, for the introduction. Yeah, we'll go ahead and kind of open it to the commission for questions. But one of the first ones that I'd just like to ask you about, the additional role that we carved out during the budget process for your department. Can you kind of give us an update and overview of where we stand with that person, or that position, should I say?
Yeah, so
and what role you see them, or they are serving, or how they're working?
Yeah, so as soon as I have a process built and staff and the process are functioning, that'll be probably maybe the next 90 days is my guess. Before the budget would be nice, before we start our budget process, to hire somebody or move my staffing around. I'm doing a little company reorganizing. We started today. So that's in my mind when I'm looking at people and who's best at what. I might pull somebody out of it, but I might also have to hire. I got 2 or 3 skill sets that I might be hiring in the next 60 days. So both are possible, but I'm not going to put anyone into it if we're not ready for it. I have to do it, and it's fine. I have control of my schedule as well as my staff, so I can be here.
What role in this kind of new procedure or new process that you're setting up?
So a little more detailed. I'm sorry. Yeah. So you do have a very capable system. And Karen, your assistant clerk, who I don't know if we've changed her title or anything, but she's the head of the process. So basically gathering the invoices, getting them scanned into this electronic approval system is really going to leverage the technology to make this less time consuming for staff, where they used to be chasing it around and looking for it and they'd get lost or whatever. Like that's hours that this system eliminates. That process goes to to the players, depending on what invoice it is. It gets signed off, it gets reviewed, it gets kicked back, it gets dealt with, from a leadership management standpoint. But ultimately, it gets to my accounting department as ready to be paid. And that has streamlined and will, when we rely on it and use it solely, the process. I reviewed that very carefully, all the ways that it was being done in the village, and it was being done 5 or 6 different ways, by the way. But I'm going to, through the manager, obviously, formalize that as the obligated process. And that's going to fix a lot of things because it has programmatic capabilities. We can put our policies into the rules of the software system. So basically, it's something we can rely on that can build this. Because of a small staff, you don't have somebody to bird dog all these things. The software can do a lot of that. And we have some meetings we're trying to set up with the software designers and programmers to tweak it to our needs just a little bit, but it won't cost anything, and it's gonna work.
And so I don't want to monopolize the time here, so I'm going to open up a second, but just one follow-up on the points you just made. One of the big issues that we had during our budget process had to do with, what is this charge for? What is this money for? What is this line item
Coding,
for?
yeah.
That backup that you're talking about, the invoice, when something's scanned, is that going to be available to us? So we have the details?
Yeah, so
if
the software, I see what you mean. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. So we can
Okay.
pull that up. We can see everybody's notes, comments. It'll all be a consolidated
That would
element.
be very helpful.
And in the budget process, if that's what we're doing, we've all failed. To be honest, like everything I want, that you needs to happen live all the time, way before it shows up in a budget.
Understood. And I'm going to open it up to the commission for any questions that they have. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, so I'm going to repeat what I think I heard you said just to make sure I understand it. So during the budget process, you came to us and asked us to fund another position,
Yeah.
and we funded that position.
Right.
It's a part-time position that you're going to fill through your company. And that's going to fill the gaps in our budget to make our budget process better. But you haven't hired that position yet, and instead you're refining the process that person will be in charge of before you hire that person to do it, and you're taking that role on for now.
Personally,
Are we
yes.
paying you extra to do that?
No.
So right now, we have money budgeted that we're not spending, but we're not spending it on you either.
The role of finance hasn't changed. The role of this budget analyst is being charged, and you're paying my company to do that, and this is how I'm doing
So we
it.
are paying for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're paying for the work,
The service, right?
but not that person that we approved, because I felt that we approved a person more than a product. So I was expecting to hear tonight about a person who was going to be doing that for us. But you're assuring us that when we start, I won't be here, when the commission starts budget season for fiscal 2026,
Right.
that the information that we were lacking for the past several years will be there for them to get the budget done in a more streamlined way.
And reliable
Okay.
information. Yeah.
So it's happening, but it's happening through you rather than this other person. But you are anticipating to have that person on in 90 days, March, April. So in April, you hope to have that person in,
Correct.
and they'll make sure everything's all hunky-dory for budget season that starts 2 months
If not-
after that.
Some form of service from either myself or
Okay.
my company. Yeah.
Because that's the bottom line. Look, you asked for a person, we approved a person, we are spending the money. This is news to me now. I didn't know that until sitting here right now. I thought we weren't going to be paying anything extra until we were paying for that person, but we're paying your company to provide the service. I won't be here. I just want to know for your guys' benefit that it's actually happening, because I was expecting it to be attached to a person who we would hopefully even be meeting here tonight to have a conversation with. But if if all the information is right, the information is right, and you get what you pay for, but it's not exactly how I thought this was all going to be happening. But if it all happens, God bless.
Well, you mentioned February 1st was the budget season kickoff. Are you, with this new process, this common sense process you say that you're developing, do you anticipate having it done in the next less than a month and kicking off with that new process, or is it going to be kind of a learn as we go scenario?
The process is fairly obvious what we're doing. What I have to do is develop the management level reporting, tying that to the existing financial information and the proposed budget lines, and we've got that. So what will happen is between now and the February kickoff, the managers will take, they have the historic, they have the current, they'll start adding and developing their future 2026 budget. All of that is going to be reported to you on a regular organic staff reports. So the reports that are on your agenda aren't going to look like that. In the future, you'll see them. They're very qualitative operational discussions. They're going to have an element or be redeveloped so that they have a financial element to them as well. That is what connects all of it together. Because if the manager isn't tracking and understanding the numbers, no budget analyst or no accounts payable person will understand it. The manager has to own it, and you have to hear about it and give guidance if we're off course or we're overspending or any, like all of those decisions should be happening on a daily basis in essence, and that's never been a focal point culturally. So we're going to fix all of that at once, and it's already there in terms of the effort we've met. We've done the staffing. I've given the tools. We've got some draft tools. We're going to work together and get a tool that everybody likes, that communicates well, and that'll happen well before the first budget draft.
That's great to hear that we're going to see the change well before the budget season starts.
Yeah, to me, it's more a comprehension has to be done and digested April, May, June, way before there's a draft budget's kind of a joke. It should be already in our minds and our mindset.
Is this going to be easy for the commissioners to understand and also for the residents? And is it going to be available for the residents to see during this whole process? Because in the past, we haven't done that, and I think we need to start doing
Yeah,
that.
the amount of information and the amount of the goal of information and communication is going to be exponentially greater. The simple staff report description I just mentioned ultimately may not happen right perfectly the first budget cycle this first year, but ultimately every report that comes before you will have a financial and a budgetary element to it. And that's always been decoupled and left for another day, so to speak. We're going to marry it back together. So that'll be part of your public records. All of your reports before commission have to have that financial budget impact element. It just makes all the sense in the world, I hope.
So the whole step-by-step, the residents are going to be able to see it and understand it.
And absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the understanding part I did not say yes to. That I can't guarantee. But it'll be presented in a very digestible way by my goal. Because it can be complicated. Like things can get okay. Right. I'm sorry, what?
You say by Michael?
My goal.
Oh, your goal.
We're friends.
Hi, Paul. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I have to say, I was expecting a lot more to see today as a presentation. I mean, I had an item, you and I spoke in October about being ready with a AP process and a workflow, and I share an example, walk us through a PO from the beginning, from the PO, how it happens now to what it should be happening, what are the recommendations. And I understand we're talking about budget, but budget happens, down the road. We need to start preparing for it. My first question is why are we talking about this now in January, not 3 months ago? And the second is I was really expecting to see your proposition as to what the actual AP process should be. At
Okay.
this stage right now, I mean, you've dealt with the village for how many years?
Excuse me?
How many years?
7 or 8 years.
So you know better than anybody. You know the flaws, like you say, it's been done different ways all over the place. There's a lot of things to fix. So it's not starting from scratch for you. This is a system that's been going on and has its gaps. One of them that I brought up was that commissioners are signing checks to go to vendors. We don't have a backup information. I never heard since November back on the item, and it's January, and I was hoping you were going to be at the presentation November. It was pushed, if I'm not mistaken, by the manager because you requested more time for December. Now we pushed it to January, which totally understandable with the holidays, but I was expecting more. I want to see a process in place with accounts payable today that works, and I don't understand what that is. I still have a question mark as to how we're paying vendors, how we're making sure the services are delivered with the expectations of service that we contracted for. All these questions that I asked in November,
Right.
That's what I was really excited to come and listen today. and
I can get
kinda
into
see.
some of that detail. I didn't think we were at that level yet to
But you and
put
I
it
spoke
out
about it
publicly.
over
Yeah.
the phone in October. This is not news. I mean, I have a detailed email that you and I kind of went on, and I gave an example of what I was looking for. So I think, again, what you're defining is something that maybe should have, if there's gaps in the system and they've been for 7 years or 6 years or 3 or 2, they should have already been introduced. That's how I see it. If not, if we found a gap, let's address it now. I'm concerned when I hear, and this is on recent events, and I have to pull this out. I mean, we have an old manager, sorry. It's a previous manager that is claiming for some money that we owe him, some expenses that just the village needs to pay back. And I'm hearing things of maybe we didn't pay them correctly, maybe we paid him to the incorrect person. So again, today, I still am not confident that the AP process that we have, what it is, how it works, what gaps do we recognize we have, and how are we going to fix that? And
Okay.
during
Can I repeat
Yeah.
something that I said earlier that I thought I hit that mark?
Okay.
But I'll repeat it really quickly. So the software package does what you want an AP process to do. We are using it. We haven't used it long enough, and we haven't made it an obligation of staff to use it because it's premature to do that. And I add that in, that we have to learn a little bit about that process before we finish the program. There's some programming that it needs to tighten up. Once it's, okay, this is going to work, this is how it is, I'll be happy to present that to you personally or to the entire commission so that we see what its strengths and weaknesses are. You're much more infantile in this process than you were hopeful for. And I apologize for that, but that's just where you were. Once I assessed it, I started talking to everyone. I looked at all the old documents and saw why there were all these errors. It gave me the sense of, how big we needed to start. I did that, approached it that way. I want to get exactly where you want to get. We're not ready for it.
when will we?
I can't say exactly. The next step is to tighten up the actual software so we can say, okay, now this is good enough to obligate everybody to utilize it. We're using it, we're scanning, we're using the process, but it wasn't ever finished when it was written or for us. And so we've got to get it. It's not a big adjustment, but the programmers have to do it. So I don't know when they're going to do it. I can't speak for them.
In between, and that's why I'm going, I think now we're saying we need a software in order to make sure.
You have the software.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this a software that is new?
No, you've had it. It was just never formally given to staff as their only option to approve an invoice. So you had a paper process, you had a phone call process, you had a credit card conglomerate process, you had all kinds of goodies going on. So that's a lot of behaviors to herd into a policy and a precise process. So when I saw that, you see what I've done. I went back to the beginning with the managers to get them in that business. And then as that comes in, the tool, the AP process is really the easiest part of all of it.
Okay. So until that happened, what I was hoping to see is you're finding us what those gaps are and what we're doing in the meantime.
Yes, ma'am.
Because like we spoke in October, there's things happening. Vendors are not getting paid on time. We had 3 months of some vendors claiming that they were not being paid. It was part of, what was discussed. Some errors being made. Where? How are we until you're ready, which we don't know when is it going to be? What process do we follow to minimize those errors? How are we tracking this? And at this point, we should know which areas are of most concern to us, at least give us an explanation as to where we are right now. What's the starting point and where do we want to go? And I think we spoke on those terms back in October, where we are being like the picture of today versus what we hope to see.
Right.
Based on what I quickly read over the presentation I received today, I didn't see that. So I think before we start talking about budget for next year, which is very important, and again, everything we're doing is going to feed into that. I'm concerned about yesterday.
Well, let me clarify one. I think there's a little disconnect. The accounts payable is to take what was approved in the budget, identify what was expensed, and put it so they match correctly. And if they don't, identify it and have a managerial solution to it or report back to them. That is exactly what we're talking about. So so when I say budget, I mean the existing budget just as much as the future budget, but you don't want to talk about one without the other. So the accounts payable process, we identified in October that there was a large gap in the workflow from July through September. We found all of that missing paperwork processed. It was actually being properly scanned, but it died on the vine right there. It was never pushed out to the managers for their approval and their check approval process. We fixed that so that we have that process identified. It is working. Now the next step, which I've already covered, is how the computer will prevent us from not catching that live. Because it will. It gives reports, it gives notifications. That's part of the programming that was never, the switch was never turned on for it to be able to do that. And that's required. You have to know that an invoice is aging and it's not been processed. And that was where nobody knew that number. Nobody knew that an invoice was scanned and sent to somebody without being approved and moved to the next step. Nobody had eyes on that. Now we do.
So there is a process in place. The manager was explaining now for commissioners not to be involved after I brought the item because I have no idea how many hours a police officer did on part-time, and then I have to sign a check. Now, I understand the mayor and the manager are doing this. I found out through the manager, this should be a process in my perspective that needs to be an SOP. This is not something we just find out as I'm asking. This should be something within our processes, administrative processes in the village. Should the manager tomorrow stand up and leave, which could happen, we understand what the process is for the next person moving forward. That we don't have. That was part of what I'm hoping to receive as a feedback of where we want to be and memorialize, as Bradley would put it very nicely, in a way that can stay with us forever.
That's absolutely the picture and the goal.
Okay. Again, I'm not comfortable. I have to say that because it's taken
Understand.
since the budget season. And then the other part I don't understand is the money that we assigned. It was $30,000, right?
Around that, I think.
$30,000, correct me if I'm not
That's the
mistaken.
contract amendment amount that you approved.
Okay, so how is that connected today? So what are we paying for this today?
You're paying 1/12 of that. It's a monthly fee. It'll be divided up throughout the year, and that's what
And
the
it's
amendment to
covering the
contract.
system that you're talking about?
It's covering all the effort and the staffing and my expertise to fix your existing AP process and your staffing gaps and all of those things. None of that was originally in the finance contract. Now it is. So now you have, quite a bit more effort on our side. That wasn't our responsibility. We had to live with all the headaches and suffer through the budget process with you for those reasons. We're working on a way to fix that.
And when you say it is in the contract,
Right.
are you saying the contract's being amended or will be
You
amended?
approved an amendment to our contract
Yeah.
for that amount of money.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know, but I don't remember it talking about a system. We talked about.
You
the
already
amount.
had, there's no system in my contract, but you have one and I believe it's going to work and we're going to implement it to make it work.
Okay, so that's the part, maybe I'm following what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's very different to what I understood. For us, this was a money we set aside in the budget to have someone literally take over the responsibilities of pay AP the way it needs to happen. We did not have the properly trained staff to do that. That was the feedback. We said, what would we need to, so the next budget season, we get to a better place. We need $30,000. So that's a different process as to what we already are implemented without, I didn't know, again, that there was a system in place that we started using and it's part of the fee now covered with the $30,000.
No, that's not accurate.
Okay,
You have multiple software systems, for instance, and they were used in part to do all of your financial processes, that part of it. Your building department has a piece. This one, is it OpenGov or GoGov? GoGov.
Go.
This had an accounts payable process built into it. It wasn't being used. And so I want to back up to the person because that's a misunderstanding. when I presented it to Chris, and I presented him in a memo with a full explanation, it sounds like you never saw it. But the point is, here we are.
Well, I'm sorry, let me just jump in there real quickly. If you're talking about a communication that you had with our now former manager about how this was to go, that's news to me. I just heard it right this second for the first time.
Yeah.
But what I heard sitting in this room was that we approved money for a person. That's what I'm saying, and I think that's what Veronica's saying as well. I'd never intended that money to just be a raise for your company to do more work. Now, again, if we get the job done, we get the job done. But that's not what I heard, and it's not what I voted to approve and put in the budget. Just making that really clear.
Yeah.
Not a huge criticism. It's just that now it sounds like we gave you a raise, but that's not what I voted for. If you came to a different conclusion with our former manager, I think this commission needs to see that, Al. So if there's some kind of communication that Chris Truitt, our now former manager, came to some kind of an agreement that's different than what we understood when we sat here and voted for that budget approval, we need to see it. And I'd like to see it before I leave office, by the way.
And
That
I
was
would-
also the reason of today.
And I would add
right?
to, the intent is for it to be a person, but the goal is for it to not be
No,
a person who leaves
I
every.
understand that, I
yeah.
understand that, but you just made it sound like something else happened that got us to this point.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that. If
Happy
you
to.
could pull it up and just email it to us from your phone, that would be great too. But if we get to the right place, we get to the right place. But it's not the way I thought we were going to get there.
Yeah, I will reflect on it for a minute because the budget process, I saw what was happening and I said, Chris, this is what we need. We need to have this role implemented, an individual, whether it was an hourly, however, that wasn't really part of the topic. It was about fixing the problem. And I sent it to him. I said, this is what you're missing. This is what we can do. I can do it. And then you don't have the continuity problem. That was really the goal. It was presented at the beginning of the budget process. And as our process, as you went, there wasn't money. It was never introduced. He never presented it to you until kind of late in the evening. And when you threw the money together at the last 15 minutes of the budget cycle, I believe is when it was added in. So I can understand
And
how.
what is it
how
called what is it called in the budget? Because I thought it was even attached to a position by name. Does anyone have the budget handy? They can pull it
No,
up.
the role is,
It's an
but
it's an administrative
accounts
department.
payable budget analyst role.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It was, we put it in the budget attached to a role, to a person, not,
Based on expertise. That was the main
Exactly,
thing that
exactly.
was brought up,
Yeah,
yes.
so I think we're all kind of wanting the same thing, and I think that's what I'm trying to provide, and I'll certainly.
but we're confused now that we're hearing how we're getting there. That's what.
Yeah, yeah, the
It's just
sausage
like when
making
something like
wasn't
that
as
sort of
clear.
hits you in the side of the head during a live meeting, I'm like, when did that change? That's what I don't like.
Yep. Okay, understood that wasn't as clear. But I'm very pleased that we have some capabilities that we don't have to buy, you don't have to buy them. I'm very pleased at the enthusiasm and the effort of the department heads. That's new and welcomed, and that's going to make all the difference. So I'm very excited that you're going to take that big step forward, and every budget year going forward, you'll have that done and it'll be repetitive. And that's what's been missing is the drops in between each budget process.
All right, so I guess I'll turn this to the manager pool. So, Albert, so for me, again, this is not what I was expecting to see. So I'll turn this to you. When can I expect an SOP regarding AP processes as well as, we talked about it. Expense policies. I mean, there was a series of items that you and I discussed that was put in the agenda, and we said, we'll wait to have this presentation with Paul. Again, today, this is not about that. This is about a system that's going to help us to get there to budget. I'm concerned about tomorrow. So what is the next step?
So, Commissioner, I can meet with Paul and we can meet with, I'll bring you in also and formulate that plan, that project, and then send it out as an LTC so all the commission is aware of it.
Yeah, and I just, at the end of the day, you've heard me talk about this. SOPs that don't exist, that we need to, the whole commission heard me talk, none of them go against it. They all agree it's needed. So can we just start implementing one?
And
If-
I'm really trying to emphasize, I have to build it before I can write it. And I have to train and develop the staff and see if they can, if it can fit in their workload, if they can produce these reports. If they can, I'm going to pivot and do it a different way. So I want to hand you a finished document, but I would hand you a blank paper right now because it's not ready to be implemented.
All right, so I'll connect with you. We'll set up a meeting as the next step, and hopefully you have a timeline for us.
Okay.
Because you need to understand by when we're going to have this. I would like to know by when we're going to have this. Right?
Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner. If there are no further questions for our Finance Director, Paul, thank you for your time. Thanks for the information, and I will be looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, that concludes our presentations. So let's go ahead and please get started with our public comment. Public comment, we will start with folks here in the log cabin. Just a reminder, public comment is limited to 3 minutes, and please provide your name and address before you begin.
Good evening, everyone. Art Gonzalez, 10926 Griffin Boulevard. First, I'd like to say, Mac, man, you've been awesome. You're going to be missed. I've told a lot of people that, may or may not agree with you in a lot of things, that I've always known that you've always had the best intention for this village and for the people of the village. So, that goes a long way. And so I'm very appreciative of everything you've done over the years. Having said that, I'm glad you guys brought up the fact that several things were put on the agenda that didn't have backup, because that's something that we had made sure that, when I was sitting in the commission. And then the other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about was that I was a little disappointed that I didn't see on this agenda the manager, the permanent manager position being discussed. It's been several months that our former manager left. And unless I'm wrong or unless I'm missing something, I don't think that currently, as you all sit up here, there's a process in place to actually hire a new or a permanent manager, whether it's our current interim manager or whether it's a new manager. I think that should kind of be a priority. I don't know why it's not a priority. I think that when I was on here, I think we would have even called a special meeting to have this prioritized and put in place so that we can actually, start the process of hiring a permanent manager. And it just doesn't seem to me that there's a sense of urgency on this commission to actually put a permanent manager in place. So I would urge you to take that into consideration and, move that up the list of agenda things that you guys have going on your commission agendas. That's all I got. Thanks.
Hi. Good evening, Veronica Oliveira, Northeast 108th Street. Former commissioner, I really stopped by tonight just to say bye to Mac, and it's not bye, it's see you later, and also say thank you for everything that you did. You have been an inspiration, as you know, and like you told me when you inspired me to join the commission, we don't have to agree on everything, which we did not, most certainly, but it's just been such an honor and a privilege to know you and to serve alongside you, and I just wish you and Dan both the very best in this move, and I know you're going to do great things in the great state of Minnesota. And that's it. Have a good night, everybody.
Good evening. First, I am also here to say goodbye to Mac.
Just need your name and address first.
To Mr. Kennedy. I'm sorry?
We just need your name and address first for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
Moti Vinograd from 11619 Northeast 6th Avenue.
Thank you.
I came to say goodbye to Mac and to, of course, thank him for his service. And actually, we just saw an example here of how important the service is from both commissioners that have questioned, where is our money going and what for? And, in the end, this is all our money and what we pay for. And it's very important that there'll be somebody overseeing that nobody takes advantage of it in any form, shape, or way. And this was a live example that Mr. Kennedy came forth to question our accountant firm that is supposedly taking care of our business. Secondly, I've been directed by MAC to come here because I have an issue of concern that is a bit more private. And since the commission is overseeing the P&Z committee, the Planning and Zoning Committee, my last experience is that I came forth with a request for a permit since 2022. My first attempt to get a permit for the pool was rejected because I asked to place the pool on the side of my property, and I've been told that it is a little too close to my property line and to the road, and I was instructed that if I want to put a pool there, it has to be at least 30 feet away from the road and 10 feet away from my property line. So I have submitted it to the architect, and we've moved the pool a little closer to the house, and it was compliant. And then I asked for a second permit, but I wasn't able to attend the meeting, and it was rejected for the same exact reason, even though I had the new plans. Turned out that the construction company I hired to do the pool did not submit the new plans with an explanation. I was instructed to request for a variant, which I did, and that was in July of 2023. I have submitted the whole file for a variant, and it was, and then I paid for it, and then I left to go abroad. And when I came back, the meeting was supposed to take place on July 3rd, and for the reason of the holiday, I guess it just didn't take place. They took $360 from me after taking twice money for a permit, which no one has ever informed me of a meeting.
So, yes. So our public comment, this sign.
I will sum it up. I will sum it up really
Perfect.
quickly. I
Perfect.
will not take too long of a time. And then almost a year and a half later, there was never any type of a message to me that there's going to be a hearing about my variant. And then when I came again, it was you were missing all the papers. The village was missing all the papers, and I have submitted new papers almost a year and a half later, and it became apparent that I don't need a variant because my pool is compliant with the ordinances. So I was actually instructed by the village to submit again a permit request, which I did. And when I came, there was a resident here. You guys are our commissioners. We vote for you. And this whole speech is because we need your protection when it comes to these things. You are the ones that appoint people in the planning and zoning to basically determine what is going to be the future of our property and how can we improve it, how we can make the best of it for ourselves. And I've lived here for 12 years, and I bought into this community because it is small, because it is, we all say hello to one another, we all know one another, and it is very important to me that the sense of community would be in your hands. And I come here to a meeting of a hearing. There is a gentleman in this committee that attacked me, that called me a liar, right after attacking another resident that was asking him to basically part her property in two because she was facing financial difficulties and she wanted to sell part of her land.
So, sir, if I might, I want to be fair to the other residents because this is limited to 3 minutes. If you wouldn't mind, I'd be happy to talk to you about this.
Okay.
After the meeting, if you
All right.
don't have to stay, you can email me. We can talk over the phone. But I just want to be fair to everyone else.
I
We do
understand
have-
that.
We do
No
have
problem.
requirements.
I'll
Okay.
cut it short, but just let me tell you something. Hostility is not something that representatives or people that are appointed are supposed to be having hostility towards other residences. I'll conclude with that. Thank you very much for all your work and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Dan Schneider, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. I am not here to say goodbye to Matt Kennedy, but I would like to say a few things. I guess it was about 5 years ago, I stood at this podium and I told the people of the village that Mac was the hardest working person I knew. And I think he has proven that beyond expectation. I know that I expected he would act ethically. I expected he would prove extremely competent. I knew he would be extremely dedicated, but truly the one thing I didn't expect was the level of patience that you show on a regular basis. It's truly, quite frankly, I don't know how any of you do it, but this one in particular, I don't know how you do it. And you've done just a fantastic job. As if I can be unbiased, I will just say you've been an incredible commissioner, and I certainly couldn't have done it. So thank you.
Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. Mac, to say that you're going to be missed, your passion, your efforts, and your caring about this community, to say you're going to be missed would be a world-class understatement. But I wish you both the very best of luck. I want to thank Al and Veronica for both of you coming to the December Code Board meeting and hanging in there for the entire time because we went over 2 hours. Al, it's been a long time since we have had a manager as engaged, aware, and proactive as you are. It makes such a difference, and I so appreciate that. Veronica, as you've heard me say, I think it's absolutely critical that all of you see firsthand the code process. You're logically going to be the first people that a disgruntled resident or any disgruntled property owner is going to come to. And you need a whole lot more than just second and third hand and anecdotal information. You need to see it for yourself. Now, I want to remind everybody, our meetings are on YouTube. Ryan, I know you watch them, and thank you for that. So there is always a way to engage and to get that knowledge. But again, thank you both.
Bob Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. I want to thank Mac Waterside. My recollection that you were instrumental of having the plant swap set up that's over there at the rec center. And there's a lot of our residents have taken good use of it, including us. And I think it was a great idea. And that's one of the examples how you really think ahead. Thank you. And you will be missed.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Gage Hartzong, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Just wanted to speak on a couple agenda items real quick and other things. Development permit that you're going to be reviewing. I know you've passed it on first reading, so second reading, hopefully you'll pass it. It is something that's very important, especially considering the current new state laws that I believe took in effect on January 1st. So it's really important that the planning board has that tool to help us stay compliant with the state and also move forward the village business without, too much drama with it. So second thing there was a thing in the about the rec center, and it seems like it's being handled by the village, but I just hope that proper oversight is being taken place as far as any renovations, and that the board that's in charge of doing it or that's being tasked to do it is being supervised properly to make sure that I guess nothing like what happened happens again. There was a thing that I just found out about last night. There's a thing with the Biscayne Canal Adaptation Action Area Plan. Didn't know about it. it wasn't published, and I just want to make sure that, you know, the residents are properly notified. I don't think even really many of the commissioners or the manager even knew about it, which is funny because the flyer actually says Biscayne Park residents and things like that. So some people know about it, some people not, but hopefully the word can get out, and it's, you know, hopefully it's a good thing if it has something to do with flood control and such. And then finally, thank you, Mac. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I'm going to miss our conversations and the things that we've worked on that I believe has made our village important and better. And you have been very instrumental in that. And, you know, you've been an example of we might not agree all the time, but I find that if you focus on what you agree on, you can get things done. And it's been a pleasure, and we'll be missing you. So thank you for everything you've done. So good night.
Okay. Thanks everyone that provided comment here in the log cabin. Is there anyone on Zoom before we move on? Going once, going twice.
Yes, hi, this is John Holland. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, John.
Yeah, everybody, John Holland, 844 Northeast 119th Street. I'll just amplify very quickly some of the comments about Mac. Thank you for giving me a taste of what is required to serve on this commission. I think everyone's a little bit naive about the demands and what it takes to do it right. And you've certainly done it right over these last few years, and you will be missed. And thank you again. The only other thing I want to say, because I know that we're, as usual, already running a little bit behind, is that it was nice to see Commissioner Huntington's kind of poke around the transportation issues. And then it was already on my mind that it's been almost a year since that thing happened about 2 blocks away. And that's right after I joined. And, you know, we had a lot of momentum going. So thanks for bringing that up again. And the other thing was, you know, having listened to the finance discussion that occurred thus far, 2 things. One, I would like to again offer my assistance in any sort of, you know, workshop capacity outside of the commission to help add clarity into our financials. It sounds like Paul, I think that's the gentleman's name. I didn't catch it, but I think that's what I heard, has already got some good ideas, particularly around AP. But the main thing that I would want to make sure that the commission is mindful of is that, you know, he's talking about a system. I'm not sure of the system, and I would love to have some further conversations with you guys about this, but just to be mindful of the fact that all the things that we're talking about at the end of the day, it's all going to add up to being our data, and that we should maintain good governance and ownership of our data. So yeah, there's a lot of work to clean it up and to fix process specific to AP and other areas. But at the end of the day, I still think it's our data, and that if you would like to have a secondary process, or a process that runs juxtaposed to the existing system, that consolidates all the data and makes things easier, I would just love to understand how this new system does that. And if not, if there's anything that I can do to help using basic Microsoft Office functionality, because having been through a budget season myself, I thought it was, you know, I was pretty staggered at the disconnect between what's happening at the nuts and bolts level to what's being reported up, and how a lot of things were getting lost in translation, journal entries, lack of the ability to basically start at a high level, at an executive level, and drill down to the level of detail that you want to get to. That's the long and short of what I'm hoping we can get to, so that it takes all that ambiguity aside. Excuse me. So, yep, that's it. And again, thank you, Commission, for doing what you do. And I know it's not easy. I've been there. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay. So if we have no further public comment, certainly thanks everyone for providing some context and some thoughts, and again for voicing your support and gratitude towards Commissioner Kennedy for all the wonderful things that he's done here for us in Biscayne Park and for this community. So I'd like to echo the sentiment again. Thank you, Mac. Okay, so do we have any specific commission reply to the comments before we get going into our consent agenda?
2 super quick ones, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Art, we have a special meeting on January 15th to discuss headhunters for the manager position. So that'll be happening here. I'll be attending by Zoom, but I believe it's already on the calendar, so look for that to happen. And then Bob, there he is. I'm very happy to take credit for things I did, but the plant swap, while I brought it to the commission for approval, it was an idea from Dan Keys, who saw it on Instagram in another city. And when the commission said yes to the idea, my husband, Dan Schneiger, built it and donated it to the village. So all I did was come in here and say, hey, here's a great idea. And they all said yes. So I'd like to take credit for it, but it wasn't mine. But thank you. And it is an awesome thing in the village.
Any others? Perfect.
Just that I hope that the city manager will look into what the resident brought up about his, the one I was speaking today. I hope that we will look into that. Thank you.
Anyone else before we move on? Okay. All right. So under our amended agenda, we moved our report section. You know, I don't know that we addressed this. Our commission reports move with the entire reports portion. So very quickly before we move on, I know this is generally pretty quick. Understanding, Commissioner Amsler, that your item, we're moving down to a new discussion item with respect to the minutes.
Have another item. So
Sure.
points I wanted to treat on my commission report. So
Yeah, go ahead.
So I leave the recorded commission minutes update for later. What I wanted to touch base on was code. So last month I had the opportunity to join our code department during a drive-along event to witness firsthand how they implement our code and engage with residents to ensure the safe and beautiful village we all enjoy. This is not an easy job, and they approach it with elegance and professionalism. My thanks go to the entire team for educating me on the processes they follow to maximize their time and their efficiency. So, Doreen, thank you very much. Following this experience, I participated as an audience on the Code Compliance Board meeting last month. This was an excellent opportunity to observe the code team in action as well, and their interaction, and gain better understanding of the challenges faced by the code board when reviewing large list of cases. My appreciation goes to the core board as well for your dedication. You do this for free, and I appreciate you very much. Key impressions I just wanted to take advantage to highlight. Resident education and communication. This is something you and I spoke, Janie, at the beginning before I became a commissioner. There is a consistent need to educate and communicate with residents about what we expect them to, how do we expect them to live in harmony with our code. We need to be better, and this is not news, communicating and educating people about the key items that continue to come forward on the code as violations that are repeated violations. Staff attention to detail. Staff must follow processes meticulously to ensure the cases brought before the board are valid. Attention to detail is essential to facilitate successful follow-through and, when applicable, the collection of fines. Without this precision, cases risk being dismissed by the board, which I saw as well. So I think that just wanted to highlight how important it is what you guys do in a way that is so precise to allow for a code to also do their job correctly. And I think there is an interaction that needs to continue to happen to better ourselves all the time so we hit the mark. And team preparedness. During the meeting, Doreen, you led the majority of the cases on behalf of the department, which raised the question to me about the preparedness of the rest of the team to take full responsibility once you transition your role. When is that happening again? Is it March? Okay. So again, not because they are not prepared, because of what I saw is that you're still leading the meetings the majority of the time. So I would ask the manager, and this is an item for you, maybe Albert, to respond to, how ready are we? So for March, you know, when March comes, Luciano takes over, Rafael takes over, and we feel confident that they will have the same follow through and preparedness to, you know, support the board as needed. The other item, I'll leave it for later.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Any other updates?
Is that your report, Vero? Okay, can I
I'll-
tag something onto your report?
Yeah, I wanted to say, just for I forgot and you remind me, I will make it public record, give it to our clerk so she can include it also in the agenda updated once it goes public, right? I wanted to provide this sort of notes included in the agenda. I just didn't have it for the deadline.
Real quickly, I just want to say, I got your email today as a resident to my personal email address, and it was very nicely done, and I was really happy to see another commissioner send out a really nice, thorough, yet concise report that was very meaty, and as a resident, I was very happy to receive that, and it made me feel really good, because, that's a role I've kind of been filling, and hats off to you. Nicely done.
Thank you. Thank you.
So my report for this month, sorry, Mike, did you want to go first? You want to? Oh,
I just want to say thank you to her real quick.
My report for this month, this week, actually yesterday, I attended a meeting with the police chief and Al, our village manager, at Miami Country Day School. We spoke about a possible training exercise, an active shooter drill that the police department, as in conjunction with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, would like to put on. We talked about that for some time. Miami Shores PD also might be involved. The school was very accepting to the idea. They liked the idea. They actually 2 years ago tried to put on a similar exercise and were unsuccessful. So hopefully this time with our PD as well as Miami-Dade Sheriffs, they can have a successful drill and maybe possibly bring in Miami Shores Elementary and St. Rose of Lima. While we were discussing that, our conversation kind of turned into a brainstorming session on how the village can help the school and the school can help the village. Kind of in the same lines we talked already about the rec center. Our brainstorming session started very rapidly talking about what are the school's needs, what are the village's needs, and the village and us at the meeting started talking about the extra landscape, the property that the village or the school has, and what could be utilized to help our police department in the future. It very quickly turned into talking about, could we utilize some of their extra property they purchased through their growth to house a satellite station? So our police would have more room to grow, more room to have offices and things like that. I don't know if you've visited our police department, but it's very crammed. And they were excited about the idea. Our village manager excited about the idea. Miami Country Day was as well. It's very infantile. We were just really brainstorming at the time, but we were excited about it, and we would hope the commission would give consensus to continue the conversations and see where they go from there. It would definitely be a long-term thing we would have to negotiate, but it's something that could be beneficial for us as well as Miami Country Day. They were even open to the idea of annexation, of actually joining our village voluntarily. So I think the conversations could be there to a mutual benefit between us and the school that could get us a nice home for our police department as well as good protection for the school.
Excellent. Thank you.
My question is do we have consensus to continue these conversations? And is it possible, if we have consensus, to me act as liaison for the commission to go to these meetings and help the conversations move forward?
I mean,
I don't have a problem.
I
would love to see that.
I think it's a good idea to explore it. And
Absolutely.
you've already started it, so you're taking it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner? Just your mic. I got you. All right, one thing at a time.
First thing for Commissioner Kennedy, being on a commission for the second time, I was going to be able to have that chance to learn from our mistakes in the past where we have had our discussions, heated discussions, but we voted down the same line. Being off the commission, I learned my mistakes to be where you can be passionate but still do your job. I was looking forward to doing that in this second term, so now you're letting me down on that. But I'm looking forward to it. If I didn't express myself, one of the things that you have good communications with the residents. I think you're the best on this commission in doing that. And I can always criticize you for doing that, but now I understand because that's the best thing for the residents. And hopefully I'm going to learn from that. I think Commissioner Amsler is going to be taking your spot as far as communicating better. Hopefully I'll be able to learn too. on it, but, and hopefully we can keep in touch. Because I got 2 years and I want to be able to learn, and I've always want to be there for the commission, for the residents. And then I would like to discuss the possibility of signing an employment contract with the guy, the city manager, to sign a contract with the police chief. In the meeting that discussed the employment contract for the village manager, he mentioned that typically a manager and the police have contracts. I'm happy with the services, still have a lot of improvements that we have to do in the police department, and I want to ensure that we give the support needed for the police department. As a commissioner, and I think Commissioner Amsler started this when she went with cold, I did a ride-around with the police department. The residents have complained about how there's not been enough police department at nighttime or how the chief operates as a police. So I did a ride-around, and the chief can clarify what I'm about to say. We did ride around one of the offices for 12-hour shift, and it was tough because I worked during the day, and it was a joke between the corporal that says I would never make it to 6:30 in the morning, which I did. But we had a ride around. One of the things that bothered me was the amount of officers that we have at night, and I would like to have the chief to explain how that worked in the past. I thought we had reserve officers that did it at night. We had an incident on 121st Street, and I hope the chief would talk about it in his report, of where and the city manager did it in his report to us, that a resident from North Miami crashed his car over the median and hit one of the residents here. And what I was impressed was that the police chief showed up, building department showed up, and Public Works showed up. And I asked the chief, is that routine? Is that normal? And were we paying each of these employees? And the answer to that was no. And what I was impressed was that he boarded up the property. And I thought that was a good idea because of the fact that the resident could have somebody could have broken into the property. Then when we got back I was with the police officer, spent the 3 hours filling out the paperwork, and he made a joke about, because he always says he drives by my house on Griffey Boulevard and sees my truck and says, your truck has not been checked in 2 hours. That bothered me. That bothered me a lot. And reason why is because if we have a suspect that we have to take to jail, I only had 2 officers that day. That bothered me. We had reserve officers before, and I'd like to know if the chief can give me an update on what that is. We put in traffic units in the police department, and you guys voted in the budget for 2 traffic police officers, and Commissioner Kennedy brought it up in the last meeting, and I'd like to know what's happening with that. Then the next day, I rode with the chief of police because I wanted to see what the chief of police does as his job. And I told him, are you sure you want me to ride around with you for 12 hours? And he asked me why. And I said, because this is not going to be, as they say, a funny ride. I want to see how you act as a chief of police. And hopefully he'll talk about that tonight in his report. The 12 hours that I spent with him was good. And the question I asked him, why are you doing this, chief? You can pass the command down to another officer and have them work. And he basically wanted his sergeant to have the day off. And I said, are you getting paid for that? He says, no, I'm under contract. That's what chief of police is, under contract. When you have a contract, that's what you're supposed to do. There is no overtime in contracts. So I was very impressed with that, but I was very disturbed why we don't have reserve officers at night. And I've been bugging the chief of police to talk about the reserve officers. I don't know if the residents understand the average years that a reserve officer does is between 20 to 25 years. And it's not costing us anything. We should be glad to be jumping on having as much reserve officers as possible. When I first ran the commission the first time, that's what I suggested, that we have reserve officers. At that night, when I was with that officer, I seen 3 reserve officers that were doing their off-duty jobs. Each of them had 36, 30, and 25, and it didn't cost us anything. I don't have a problem with reserve officers doing part-time jobs, because it's off-duty jobs, because it doesn't cost us anything. And so I think that we really need to look into that, and hopefully the chief will start promoting the police department more and give us updates on what's going on monthly, especially the reserve officers, talk about the reserve officers on what they do for us. Again, thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I will miss you. And I mean that sincerely, because we had our discussion when I was running for commissioner. We sat and met. We never really did that before. So I learned a lot from you. I'm going to miss it. I hope you're going to continue to keep in touch with us. And I'm going to learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Just a couple very quick things. All right, I'll move quickly. I just wanted to thank the village staff and the employees in ISA and the Parks and Rec Department for the Winterfest event. It was a lot of fun, as always. Well done riding along in the procession beforehand with some of the old classic Beatles that we had come down. Some friends of mine. It was always well done, and we enjoyed it. So thank you. Same thing for the manager and the employees and everyone here in the village. The holiday lunch. That was really well done and something nice that I'm glad we got to do for everyone here. And Commissioner Huntington, you were there with me, so it was nice to be a part of that. The manager and I were able to attend the Miami-Dade County League of Cities Best Practices Conference, which was great. We made a lot of good connections there. He introduced me to a lot of people that he's known for a very long time. And people were appreciative of our presence there. So it was a very well done conference. That was my first time. So I appreciate you coming down and spending some time there with us. I don't really have much else. I know leading up to our legislative priorities workshop, David Cassera and I have talked a lot about trying to game plan for that workshop and then get something set up to go to Tallahassee. We've talked a lot about that, and we'll talk about it at the workshop, obviously. But I think it's important, and we talked a lot. He kind of talked a lot about where the state legislature is directing a lot of their policies and how we can kind of tailor ours to match that to kind of maximize our efforts. But I'll let him, he's better with his vernacular. So I'll let him address that at the workshop, but he's been helpful. And I've had many conversations with him leading up to that. So that's all I have. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Mac.
So I have one little quick thing to talk about, and then I'm going to share some final words. First, I promised you guys that I would give you as much advance notice as I could, and I sent my resignation into the village effective February 1. You all need to know that it will likely be before that. So when we close on our house, right now our closing date is January 30th, and after that I will no longer be a village resident and I can't serve, hence the February 1st date. But the buyer has asked us to move the closing up, and we're trying to accommodate as best we can. So we might be closing on the 23rd or as early as the 20th. Is that what they told us today? The 21st. So when that happens, I'll be sending in an updated effective date for my resignation. The reason I bring that up is just to remind you guys that you have 30 days after I resign to fill the position on an interim basis. It's the reason why I announced so early, and I told you guys I would allow you to prepare. I expected it to be on tonight's agenda, not for you to fill my seat, but for you to discuss the process by which you will fill my seat, because the only regularly scheduled meeting you have to do that is the February meeting. So if you guys don't have a conversation about it tonight, about the process by which you'll appoint someone, I don't know how you're going to meet that charter requirement. So I'm just letting you know, someone might want to make a motion to add that to the agenda. I might have said this at the top of the meeting, but you might want to have that quick conversation. We had a process that Vero and Jonathan, I thought, worked well last time. So you might just want to pick that up and copy and paste. But if you don't appoint someone at the February meeting, you won't be fulfilling your requirements. Just letting you guys know how that works, okay? So you have, if I resign effective January 20th, you have until February 20th to get it done, okay? So here are my final words. My final commission report, very strange thing to say. So I prepared it in writing, because I'm not going to remember all the people I want to thank. As a type A personality, that's a nice way of saying I'm a bit of a control freak. I struggle with the concept of letting go and believing that things happen for a reason. It's more my nature to make things happen rather than allowing them to happen in their natural course. But recently I have learned that everything is meant to be for a reason. I'm a small town Pennsylvania boy. I ended up after college in New Orleans and then DC and then on South Beach 30 years ago. I was following the wrong guys around, if I'm being completely honest. That's how I ended up in Miami. in Miami in my early 30s, I realized that the only guy I really needed was me, and that was meant to be for me then. But then I got my dream job here in Miami, and I excelled at that for 25 years at the same company. It's just crazy to think about. And I went on a business trip to Minneapolis, and I randomly met that guy. So we did long distance for 6 years. And then he moved down here, and we were together for 9 years before we got married. And Dan Schneiger was meant to be for me. And this village, as it turned out, was meant to be for us. But now life happened, and it's taken me back to Minneapolis for a final chapter in my career. It's a lovely city, and we have found our new dream home, which I think is turning into a bit of a money pit, so we need to keep an eye on that. Fair warning if you're moving up to Minneapolis. And although it's very unexpected and unplanned, this move feels very much meant to be. So about this job, being a Biscayne Park commissioner, boy, this is tough. I've had 2 real careers, publishing and then marketing and sales. And in those jobs, I've made more money than I have in this job. God knows, $167 a month before taxes. I love to help remind people of that. And I've gotten to travel the world and do all kinds of exciting things, but I've never loved a job as much as I've loved being a commissioner for this village. I've never had such great bosses. And I wake up every day very happy to serve my bosses here in Biscayne. I want to thank you to the residents for hiring me and for holding me accountable, because God knows you do. I can't go to Publix or Aldi's or Home Depot without being held accountable for something. It's the reason why Dan doesn't go grocery shopping with me anymore. So thank you for the job. You really are the best bosses or clients or whatever the residents are to us up here on the dais. I also want to thank the village staff, especially former manager Mario Diaz, and our wonderful attorneys at Neighbors Giblin and Nickerson. First, it was Ed Dion, and Valerie Vicente, and now Brad Weissman. You were very patient with a newbie who had a million questions. You guys taught me an enormous amount about being a public servant. I would have failed miserably without you. And special thanks to my fellow commissioners, past and present, and to all the board chairs and members for doing all the hard work alongside me. I know I'm not easy to work with, but I consider that to be my special charm. So I hope you miss it. I ran for office 3 times, and I promised 3 things each time: integrity, passion, and hard work. I pulled up my door hanger today to read it to make sure I got the words right. I'm confident that I over-delivered on all 3 of those things, so I leave here feeling like I earned my keep. And I have a perfect attendance record. If anyone's keeping score, I was that kid in school, so I am still that kid. I have a final message to the residents, and it's very simple. Stay informed proactively. Know what's happening in your local government. Most of it happens in this room on the first Tuesday of every month. Hold these people to task and force them and the staff unrelentlessly to be accountable for their actions and their inactions. This is your village. Hold people responsible to make it what you want it to be. And to my fellow commissioners, I've lived in several states and cities large and small, including 3 right here in South Florida. I know firsthand that Biscayne Park is very lovely and it's special. Please see that and believe it, truly believe it at your core. And work unrelentlessly to overachieve for this village. Don't settle for just enough or good enough ever. Aim way higher than what you believe to be possible, because the real world is chipping away at those lofty goals every day. Look around us. It's happening quickly, right at the very edges of this community. And if you guys don't protect it, it will be lost. Overprotect this brand and over-deliver for its residents rather than for outside interests. And here's where the message is going to go south. Don't be gullible or naive when people lie to you about who they are and what they're doing, or when they threaten to sue you or whatever other idiocy comes out of their mouths. even when those people are sitting here on this dais or standing at that podium. You have already dealt with and will meet with more fools and liars in this job, some of whom this village has employed and elected. Don't flinch from your responsibility. Don't be afraid to be the bad guys and bad gals. You weren't hired to be popular. When somebody wants you to feel like you're the big mean commission, it means you're probably doing something right. Don't blink. I believe in the present and in the potential of Biscayne Park. I trust you guys. I love our quirky band of residents. And I wish only wonderful things for this oasis in the heart of Miami. Thank you and Godspeed in your work. Usually I can go on and on and on with no problem, but that one was tough.
As you say, Commissioner, let's get down to work.
Mac, thank you. It was very well done, very well written. How do we follow that? I guess we try to move, try to get it, try to keep going. Setting the bar very high for us. All right, our commissioner reports have concluded. So let's, under our amended agenda, let's go into our consent agenda.
I'm sorry, do you want to add that item to
Yeah,
discuss my
I was gonna
replacement?
once we got to the bottom, but why don't
Okay,
we go
I'll
ahead
make
and
a
do that?
motion to add that to the agenda if you'd like me to.
Okay. We have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And as always, Mac, thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so our consent agenda, item number 10. Do I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as it's been amended?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, on the consent agenda, I'd like to move for discussion. Apologize. That's a 9G, the resolution 2025-07. I want to move that to take it out of the consent agenda, having a discussion.
We've already done that. We approved the agenda as it is. You needed to do that at additions, deletions, and withdrawals. You missed that opportunity.
So we have a motion on the table to approve the consent agenda that we've amended. Do we have, wait for Commissioner Amsler. It's, okay, so do we have a consensus on the motion before us?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? We have a yes from Commissioner Amsler, just for the record. Okay,
Who was the move? I'm sorry, who moved that?
Vice Mayor moved and Commissioner Huntington second. Okay, so the amended consent agenda passes. So let's go ahead and start with our ordinances then. We'll start with item 11A, which is ordinance 2024-10. Brad, would you mind reading the ordinance under the record for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 2024-10, an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 16.2 Development Permit, section 16.3 Building Permits of chapter 16 Permits and Certificates of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to clarify development permit process and the role of the Planning and Design Review Board, as well as to ensure the provisions contained therein are in conformity with the Florida Building Code, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for repealer, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Brad. Do I have a motion to second on the ordinance?
Motion to pass.
Okay, before we open for discussion, is there any public comment on this ordinance before we move forward? Going once, going twice? It's an amendment to our land code. This is our second read. We've already moved it. We've already discussed it once. It's passed, so we're moving on to second. Okay, so no public comment here or on Zoom. Is there any discussion on the item before we move to vote? Hearing none. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Groff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara.
Yes.
The item is adopted on second reading, 5-0.
Okay, thanks, Madam Clerk. All right, Brad, I'm going to keep the rapid fire on you. Let's move on to item B, ordinance 2024-11. Would you mind reading onto the record for us, please?
Ordinance number 2024-11, an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, excuse me, my New York accent came out, amending Chapter 11, offenses and miscellaneous provisions to create Article 7, titled Public Camping and Sleeping Prohibited, providing for inclusion in the code and Scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Do I have a motion and a second on the ordinance?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, before we move to discussion, is there any public comment on this item before we move forward? Hearing none, okay.
Mr. Mayor, as a point of order, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Members of the commission, I understand that we're here for a second read on this ordinance. I can tell you that for some other municipal clients, I've been drafting various different versions of this ordinance based on the legislation that was passed last year by our Florida legislature. I do have a couple of proposed possible modifications if you all would just entertain them at the time.
Okay,
Run through them pretty quickly, if I may.
sure.
In section 11-151, which is the definition of the offense of camping and sleeping, subsection 1D talks about lodging or residing overnight in a motor vehicle in a public place, regardless of whether it is registered or insured. I just, that is taken directly out of the statute. I will tell you that the statutory definitions are a minimum standard based on my interpretation and research. The village can be more restrictive if you all choose to than what the legislature provided as far as a definition. Because remember, they did not create any type of offense. They just mandated that you prohibit this type of activity. So I would ask the commission, just for the point of discussion, is the commission satisfied with the restriction of just preventing the lodging or residing in a motor vehicle overnight in a public place?
That's, and just for clarity, for purposes of clarity, that's the minimum standard adopted by the state statute.
That's correct.
Okay.
So if you chose, that restriction could be at all times, preventing somebody from residing or lodging in their vehicle, whether it be in daytime or during the nighttime. So I would just ask, I know some of my other municipal clients wanted to restrict it, be more restrictive, and so I would.
So the language, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Brad, but the language that you're proposing would be to add the qualifier at the end of the condition that it be at all times, because that's what you're doing for other municipal clients.
You would basically remove the word overnight.
I understand.
Just make it a general restriction at any time during the day or night for somebody to be residing in their vehicle within the village.
Okay, so really, it's up to the commission on how we'd like to move forward with that point, because that's, I guess, what Brad has done for some other municipal partners, so.
It's just something that's been brought up by other elected.
Sure.
So I just wanted to put that to you, for you to decide on whether or not that's something you want.
Is that the only?
No, there's one other, and the other one's more of a cleanup for me.
Okay.
In 11-153, which is evidence of camping. Now, this isn't the actual offense. These are some of the things that have to be considered by the entities that will be enforcing this restriction, which will primarily be the police department. What I would propose to add, and again, this will depend, part of this will be depending on what your decision is with regards to my first point, is in paragraph number 3. It would be the existence of a tent, sleeping bag, hammock, blankets, cots, mattresses, tarpaulins, newspapers, cardboard, or foliage used as a bedding or shelter would be in there. And then it would talk about this, also evidence of camping would be the storage of personal belongings, building of a campfire or other methods of outdoor cooking, or any other evidence activities commonly associated with outdoor camping. And then the language that's in there that says that the person is engaged in camping must be engaged in an activity during an overnight period. We would either, that's discretionary, again, whether you want to restrict that to just camping, just overnight period or at any time. And with regards to the camping itself, taking the vehicle out for a moment, the public camping outdoors, I would suggest that you do remove that language, that one sentence.
Okay, so
Which one, from where?
So-
From point 3?
So when you look at 3, where it says that the person who is engaged camping must be engaged in activity during an overnight period, I would suggest removing that based on my research and some of the things that we've been looking into. And I would change that entire paragraph to say, just paragraph 3 we're talking about, the existence of a tent, sleeping bag, hammock, blanket, or plural, cots, mattresses, tarpons, newspapers, cardboard, or foliage used as bedding or shelter. So essentially what you would do is restrict public camping unless it's authorized by the village. So if you, and just so we're clear, if you have a special event where you use the park and you have a night out, family night out, where people can bring tents, sleeping bags, and camp under the stars, as long as you're authorizing it, that would be permitted. But for somebody just to go into a park or into a public place within the village and publicly camp without the authorization of the village would be a violation of this ordinance. So I would suggest take, the change that I just spoke about in 3 and remove the language that deals with overnight camping.
okay.
And again, you read a whole sentence, right?
Yes,
On new, can you repeat it?
I can repeat it, yes. So what I did is I also added 2 paragraphs. So the way 3 would read is the existence of a tent, sleeping bag, hammock, blanket, cot, they're in the plural, but mattresses, tarpons, newspapers, cardboard, or foliage used as bedding or shelter. Remove that one line talking about overnight activities. And then number 4 would read the storage of personal belongings. Number 5 would be the building of a campfire or other methods of outdoor cooking or any other evidence activities commonly associated with outdoor camping.
And
Or
these are just
more restrictive, it
items,
cleans up the evidence, what is evidence of camping.
right? These are just items that will be considered by the
Correct.
right. Okay.
So that would be my recommendation with certainly the evidence of camping as I've just described. I would defer to the commission as to, you know your village better than I do with regards to the vehicles, whether you want to restrict that just to overnight or at any time during the daytime. And I think we've expressed the concern before. Every jurisdiction is passing some form of a camping ordinance because they're mandated to, because you're subject to potential lawsuits if you don't restrict it and it takes place in your jurisdiction. And the concern is that if one municipality doesn't enact something and have a restriction that meets the goals of your community, the concern is that this population is going to be moving from one jurisdiction to another until they're in a jurisdiction where they're left alone. And so, again, so that's the issue that you're faced with. And I would just defer to you as to the rest without being repetitive.
Okay.
The big change then, I'm sorry, Brad, the big change then is there's no longer an overnight component to this?
You would take out an overnight component.
So it's any time.
So if somebody was residing or lodging, which is defined in your ordinance, so it's not somebody it wouldn't apply to somebody, let's say, for instance, if I'm attending a sports event for my child and
You fall asleep
I
on a
decide
blanket.
to go sit in my car and watch it from the parking lot, and I fall asleep in my car, that, if you look at the evidence of camping, that wouldn't fall under the ordinance. That wouldn't be a violation.
That's what I want to.
Somebody that's actually residing or, and I can give you the definition, it's in there, but like lodging means sleeping accommodations or a temporary place to stay. Residing means to dwell or live in a place. So somebody that just falls asleep in their car, watching an event would not be violating this ordinance. But however, you could not, if you include the vehicle restriction 24/7, for lack of better terms, it would prevent somebody from using their vehicle within the village for habitation. And same thing with regards to the other.
I would support that. And remind us what the trigger for all of this is? Would it have to be a report, or can the police enforce this on their own unilaterally without a report of some kind?
So the police would have to, in order for the police to take action, they would have to actually witness the incident. So it would.
They could witness it without a call coming in
Correct.
saying, hey, someone's sleeping on my street. Okay.
So an officer on routine patrol in the village sees somebody setting up a camp or seems to be lodging or residing in their vehicle, they can take enforcement action. The ordinance gives them the authority to meet with that person, try to determine if that person is in need of services, and if they're willing to accept services, whether it's a shelter or whatever it might be. And if there's some available that the officers that can afford this individual, then they can take, the only action they have to take is say, okay, let us get you to the shelter. Let us get you the help you need. However, if somebody refuses the assistance or there's nothing available, then they can take straight enforcement action.
And just on the enforcement side, what the lawyer's saying is the one incident that I can recall of this happening in Griffin Park was in the daytime, not at night. So that change would be critical for us.
In a lot of jurisdictions, the outdoor camping is not just per night problem. Those jurisdictions. I'm not speaking necessarily here, but it's an issue in other jurisdictions during the day as well as night.
Understood. Okay. I'd be prepared to support both of those recommendations.
Yes, I support both of them as well.
Okay.
I would just ask for an emotion as amended, and I'll clean it up.
I'm sorry. I'll make a motion for the corrections.
We have a motion to pass the resolution on second read with the amendments recommended by the attorney. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. There's no further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the vote, please, on the amended ordinance?
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara.
Yes.
The item passes on second reading as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Brad. With the ordinance concluded, we have no resolutions, and we had moved our department reports down to the to follow our ordinances. Excuse me. So let's go back to our department reports. Mr. Manager, did you want to start us off with your report?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to combine all the department reports within my village manager's report, and then if there's any questions at the end, we'll certainly entertain those questions. But good evening, Mr. Mayor and village commissioners. It's good to be back after a holiday break. I trust everyone had a safe and happy New Year and Christmas. A lot has occurred since the last time we met, and I wish to combine my report with the department reports that are attached to the agenda. I'd like to thank our Parks and Recreation Director, Isa Tornell, for taking on the role of the acting village manager while I was spending some downtime with a family over the holiday vacation. When school is not in session, that is one of the busiest times for our Parks and Recreation Department, so he took on these additional duties, knowing that that was one of his busiest times. So I thank you, Isa, for taking on those duties. During the month of December, the village manager's office had issued 7 LTCs, letters to the commissions for various issues, events that occurred during the month of December. The first LTC was issued on December 7th that provided information with respect to a traffic accident that occurred in the 120th block of Northeast 7th Avenue. On December 7th, an LTC was issued on the lien enforcement process. That's followed by the Code Compliance Department that they assisted in drafting up that LTC. On December 19th, an LTC was issued that provided information with the Shop the Cop event, and the LTC was issued on December 20th that provided information on the annual toy drive. Both of those were the police department's events that were very successful. And on December 23rd, an LTC was issued with respect to a writ of mandamus for a records request with respect to Christopher Castro case. I worked closely with the village attorney in drafting that LTC. An LTC was issued on December 23rd of the after-action report for Winterfest, giving information on the event, what took place, what was successful about it. And on December 23rd, another LTC was issued, which gave information on a significant arrest that occurred within the village. Another great job by the police department. With respect to the GeoGov app, we were able to sign up a few people during the Winter Fest event. As of January 5th of this year, it's been reported to village staff that a total of 1,258 registered users from Biscayne Park are currently signed up.
Wow. It's fantastic.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I thought that number was pretty significant.
It is.
1,258.
Great.
We'll continue to reach out. We had a meeting, a training session yesterday. Code Compliance had a training session yesterday. We're going to extend that training to each of the departments to make sure the app is being fully utilized. Also, GoGov has committed to provide additional marketing strategies so that we can increase that 1,200 number.
That's fantastic.
Home Depot will be filming a commercial in the village during the month of January. Overflow parking will occur on the church parking lot at 675 Northeast 113th Street. The filming location will be in the 115th block of Griffin Boulevard. An off-duty Biscayne Park officer will be working the event. We are happy that the production company chose Biscayne Park for their commercial. We look forward to the final product, and I'm sure we're going to share that commercial with all of you so you could see the results of that. Yeah, we're very happy they chose Biscayne Park. On December 6th, I attended the Miami Shores Chamber of Commerce breakfast at the Miami Shores Country Club. Mayor Levine Cava of Miami-Dade County was the guest speaker and gave an informative talk about her new term of office and what she wishes to accomplish. I was able to obtain a contact from her office for Biscayne Park, which is Melanie Burke Simmons, and now I have her on speed dial.
She's very helpful.
Yes, yes.
She's the best.
On December 11th, I attended the Unsafe Structure Board here along with a building official, code compliance director, and our building official from Homestead who had knowledge of the case. The hearing, as you are aware, was for the property located at 821 Northeast 121st Street. The hearing took place at 11805 Southwest 26th Street at the Miami-Dade County Department of Regulatory and Economic Resources. The Unsafe Structures Board moved first to vacate the last order from the board for demolition since the bank is holding the mortgage to the property, was notified and did not attend the last hearing. The Unsafe Structure Board then moved for a new hearing. The homeowner was represented by a local attorney, Bill Riley Jr., who attended the hearing and was representing and had requested to give a 30-minute presentation about the property that basically did not address the unsafe structure issues. After the Unsafe Structure Board allowed the village to present the case, the Unsafe Structure Board ruled that the owner would be allowed 8 months to obtain permits from the village to completely rehab the two structures. Once the permits are obtained, the owner will have 9 months to complete the work. The owner's first step will be making an application to Planning and Zoning Board for approval on their plans. On December 16th, as the mayor said, had previously mentioned, both of us had attended the annual Miami-Dade County League of Cities Best Practice Conferences. The conference was held at the Biltmore Hotel in Coral Gables, which was a great location. It was the conference was attended by most of the 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County, along with the city of Miami, Miami-Dade County. The classes were very informative. This was the 12th annual conference. The Best Practices Conference was started by the former mayor. I have to give him a shout out because he was my former boss, Mayor J.C. Bermudez, which the mayor was able to meet. He's now a county commissioner. He was in attendance to the conference, and they had recognized him at the luncheon, and gave him a special award. This morning, the chief and I attended the swearing-in ceremony of Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stoltz of at the Miami-Dade College North Campus. As you're aware, Miami-Dade County Police Department has transitioned to a sheriff's agency. This is the first time in 60 years Miami-Dade County law enforcement will be governed by a local sheriff. We hope to invite Sheriff Cordero Stoltz to a village commission meeting for her to make a presentation. Finally, I need some guidance on respect to a payout to our former village manager with respect to travel that was taken to Sanibel Island prior to his departure from the village. I think I have talked to all of you about this, but I just need some guidance on how the payout should be made. So this happened all before I came to the village, and I got a briefing from the chief. If I could call you up now to just so you can give a briefing about that conference. You were in attendance at the conference. The former village manager attended. Yourself, along with two captains, I believe, or three captains.
Two captains, sir.
Two captains. Okay, and can you just tell us what the conference was for the accreditation, right?
Yes, sir. So the Florida Commission of Accreditation, CFA, the accreditation process that we're going through, holds several conferences throughout the year to update and direct the agencies on what is the current changes, what they're projecting, what they want to see from us, and they give training courses throughout the entire week. It's actually a very intense conference because it's not luxury. It's going there and learning and prepping for file building, the Power DMS system. It kind of breaks down and goes through the entire accreditation process in a very quick week overview. So the goal was to kind of get the command team on board so that they understand what the accreditation process is, because when we took over, everyone kept saying, okay, we're going to get accredited, we're going to get accredited, but no one was on board or understanding, okay, what is accreditation? What are the steps? What is the directions that we need to go? So the part of this conference was kind of wheel in and get all of the command staff on board, because they're going to be the ones that are actually implementing, changing, and directing the agency towards accreditation. So this was a very necessary step to be able to get accredited, because it's not going to be just one individual. It's going to be all the whole team that gets accredited, but we have to push down, and we unfortunately can't send the entire department to that, but it started from the top to get them versed in it and understand. So during that process, when we presented it to the former village manager, he wanted to attend because he said he needed to know what the process was also, so that he knew what had to be approved or what would need to be purchased for it. So then he signed up himself to go to it, to attend it with us. As him being the supervisor of me, I don't direct the manager what to do.
Okay, so he, Chief, so this was all budgeted under your department, that's correct, for the
No, sir. It was
24, 25 budget?
The manager had budgeted because it was right at the, I guess, the kind of the change of the budget. It was right at the end of September into October. So the invoices he had obtained prior to us going, because they invoice you prior. So he had aligned it and budgeted in the 2023 to 2024 budget year. The three personnel from the police department were budgeted under our accreditation portion, and then he had budgeted himself under, I guess, the village manager, the admin budget. He said that he had budgeted there, so he had budgeted himself into that area.
I'm sorry, did he,
So, and then in the email he sent to me on November 10th, he indicated that he paid for himself, Jorge, Lewis, and that you and Jorio paid for themselves. I guess they.
Yes, sir. There was some, he had messed up we sent the invoices before, because the invoices had to, for the hotel and the conference had to be paid prior to you showing up, because we don't have a credit card method high enough to pay for the hotel rooms. So we had provided him with all of the invoicing and billing prior. I guess somewhere in the process, he did not pay for it. So when we showed up thinking everything was paid, it wasn't paid. So some of the personnel were kind of left to pay for their own hotels up front. He got there right in between it all, and then paid for some of it himself under his personal credit card. He said he would get reimbursements for everything that was going. When he got back, I guess he kind of handled all that. He took all of the invoices, and then I guess gave direction. It sounds like from what the research pulling up GoGov and looking at our processes through GoGov, it appears that he processed it himself, sent it in, and then it got mixed up in financing, and then the billing, all the reimbursements got sent out randomly in a different method, more of like an off-duty payment for police services, not really like a reimbursement. So that we were able to track that down with the help of the manager, kind of analyzing, going through it. And then the incorrect payments that they paid to the command staff, the officers, under what looked like a off-duty, that was pulled out of the paychecks this last go-round. So that money went back to the village. So now it would be, I guess, where he kind of messed up on trying to get the reimbursements to himself.
So in his November 10th email to me, which he, and the village clerk, he actually says, I got a check, but I need to be paid more. So he indicates that you attended along with 3 captains.
No, sir. It was only 2 captains. It was myself, the full-time administrative captain, George Rosario, and the patrol captain, because the patrol captain kind of implements out our routine and how we get it with the patrol officers. Luis Rodriguez, our investigations captain, stayed as the acting chief during that week.
Right, and so recently checks were sent out. You got 1.
Yes, sir.
The captains got 1.
Well, one the 2 captains got it, and I myself got it.
And then the former manager got 1.
I don't know what he got.
Yeah, he got a check also.
Yes, sir.
And then, that was put in GoGov and you approved that?
On GoGov, he sent it in, and he wrote a directive to approve it and forward it back to him. It was approved under the reimbursements to the correct person and then sent back to him. It's a little bit hard to tell because once the manager it shifted the names, so it doesn't have 100%. But now it says your name, but obviously you weren't here for that. So
Yeah,
there
so
was a little bit of shifting in the GoGov.
On the GoGov, it shows that I approved it, but I haven't
You weren't
approved
there at the
anything.
time. Yes, sir.
So that's why I'm looking, I know that he had sent some emails out to me, and you were all copied on them. And so this is where we are. I just need some direction on how you want this
To be clear, I was not copied on those emails.
I
but did
forwarded, yeah.
request those to be forwarded to me, and I did read them. May I ask a question? So what were the dates of the conference?
It was September 29th to October 4th or 3rd.
So that was after he resigned from the village, after he had tendered his resignation?
I know that during that time is when we had the commission meeting. I was on Zoom, and that's when I guess he did not. It was news to me. Listening to the commission meeting, you guys did not know that he was there, and that's when you guys had ordered
Oh,
him
that's when
back.
he was at the meeting, we didn't know where he was. We asked him to come back, right? Okay. So who's required to be at this thing? I'm going back to the who's supposed to be there and who's not supposed to be there, because I understood that we had within the police department, I'm not going to get the title right, but there was an accreditation officer who was assigned to lead the village through this. It's a gentleman who's been here many times. I don't believe he works for you anymore.
No, unfortunately, the prior administration, how they hired the individual that they promoted to the assistant chief prior, and they kind of named him the assistant manager or the accreditation manager. He went off of a campaign that he had got Coral Gables, our University of Miami accredited, their police department. Unfortunately, the information how he presented himself with that was inaccurate, not true, because University of Miami cannot have its own police department. It's actually Coral Gables Police Department, which has been accredited for a long time. So UM is a private institute. It can't be. It's a reserve component of the Gables.
He's no longer here.
He's no longer here.
Was he here when you went to this event?
No,
He
sir.
was already gone. So you're saying
Yes,
the
sir.
person that we all thought was our accreditation officer was let go? Or did
Yes.
he leave the village
No,
voluntarily?
he was terminated, sir.
He was terminated
Yes, sir.
because he misrepresented himself as having done this for
No,
somewhere else?
he was terminated for hostile work environment
Okay.
stuff.
So he's gone, and that's who I thought would have attended this thing. is it customary for the police chief and several captains and the city manager to all attend this?
I've never seen this. I've seen Sweetwater city manager there, or their mayor there. I have
Mayor or the
not,
manager?
it was, he was with the police chief, Diaz. So I'm not sure exactly. I saw him there, but, there's a lot of sheriffs and a lot of chiefs there.
Gotcha. Okay, so this item, you said it was budgeted for people to go in the police department, and then Chris budgeted himself out of the admin budget. He can't budget something, from my understanding, like that. But Brad, what are the requirements for the manager to attend something and spend village money on something that we did not approve? Because we found out he was there that night at the meeting, correct?
My recollection of facts on how, when, I remember he did attend the commission meeting remotely,
Right.
being at the commission. You know, I have a vague memory of this being discussed with the commission prior to the conference. I don't remember if it was a discussion item. It wasn't a formal request, but I have some vague recollection.
You guys remember that? I don't have any recollection of
I
it.
could-
Vero, do you?
Could be wrong. So I mean, I'm not saying that absolutely happened.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know what meeting to go back and listen to. So we've gone back and forth ever since his departure from the village on what he's entitled to and not entitled to. So I really can't address that.
Does anyone remember him asking us about this?
But what I would say is I believe in your budget that you did budget a certain amount for the manager to attend conferences. So whether he used that amount, I don't know what, if he used the budget amount that you all had allocated for him to use to go to conferences, then I could argue that he was permitted to go to the conference. Whether he should have went under the circumstances, because I believe he had already, my recollection is he had already resigned
Mhm.
prior to attending the conference.
And then we were wondering why he was there when he had already resigned. That's my recollection.
Asking him that during the meeting when he appeared remotely. So again, to answer your question, if he had money in his budget for him to attend conferences and he used that money to attend the conference, I think there's arguably he was entitled to do so.
But look, if you're asking us for guidance, Al, if there's money in the budget and he used money and did not overspend and did it all properly and that money's in there, then I guess we pay for him to do it. It sounds like maybe the processes weren't followed, but I think a lot of processes aren't followed, so. yeah.
Processes. I
Exactly.
think the main discussion here is there are no processes. We are in the midst of discussing whether it was allocated to a budget versus the other. It was already paid to police officer versus
And
the
then it was
manager.
pulled back and
Who's controlling the little money that goes in and out?
100%.
So again, to the point to Paul this earlier when we started the conversation, this is the example of how loose we currently sit on accounts payable. This is the perfect example.
And
for
people were paid that they shouldn't have been paid, and then the money was taken out of a paycheck, and now they're being paid back again properly. Is that correct?
No, the payment, I guess, would go to, if the direction, I guess, to the village, the former village manager.
So Chief,
For-
or Mr. Mayor, may I? So Chief, as far as what was, if you know, as far as what was already paid to Mr. Truitt, well, just hear my question first, and then if you don't know, clearly you don't know.
Yes, sir.
From what I'm understanding from speaking with Mr. Childress, is that he had submitted bills for his food, for the actual cost of whatever his meals were. Do you know if the village reimbursed him for the actual cost of his meals? And what I mean by that is if he bought a $20 hamburger, was he compensated $20 for the hamburger, or was he compensated in some other way for his meals?
Looking at the invoices through GoGov, it looks like there was, like room service, like food that was billed to it and reimbursed. Some of it's a little misleading in the invoicing because at the cafeteria downstairs at that hotel, I know day I ate there, and when they gave me the receipt, it said room service, but it wasn't room service. It was their cafeteria. So we paid for that out of our own pocket. Like, we made sure that was not included in any of the village
So just,
billing.
so the reason why I'm bringing that up, I think we do need to figure out what exactly we've paid him and what exactly we owed him. And the reason why I'm saying that is for travel, there's nothing in this village's rules, employee rules or code of ordinances with regards to per diem for food. So you would revert back to the Florida statute that applies to all government employees, including municipal employees, which is Florida Statute 112.061, which specifically deals with per diem and travel expenses of public officers, employees, and persons authorized to travel under the state management system. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is there is a specific amount that you get per diem. And it's, I'll read it right out of the statute. It's $6 for breakfast, $11 for lunch, and $19 for dinner. So that's all it's reimbursed. So if you go out and have a $100 steak dinner, your only reimbursement is $19, according to the state statute. So I don't know what he's been paid, but obviously whatever we would pay him should be what he's entitled to, and
Can I,
more, nothing less.
can I say something, please? So I think to answer your question, Albert, because you're asking us to give you guidance, and I think we don't have that opportunity to give you the guidance. I mean, I would expect you to provide the proper detail. This is a conversation between the attorney with all these legalities that I didn't know about, right? We were talking about this earlier today and find out that there is a cap to what the expenses should be. But how come we don't know what was spent? How come we're asking in the midst of a commission meeting, how much money did we? That for me is the number one question that goes back to you. It has to be discussed with the finance team. It has to be discussed with the police officers, with the attorney to see what, and then bring us an amount and say we owe him $500. Can we go back? Paul has all this. We discussed about what was approved in the accreditation. To your question about did we approve his traveling, we approved a certain amount for accreditation. I don't remember if included his trip. So dig, into Paul's notes as to all the budget amendments that we did. We ended with accreditation being approved and part of the trip that you needed to take. Was he needed to go? No, he had already resigned. There was no reason. That's why we call him back. So there shouldn't be any expenses based on the fact that he resigned. That's how I see it. But if we approve it, I just want to pay whatever we owe him and we all agree to and move forward. I just don't know that this is something you're going to get from the commission. I don't know how much that is. I don't know how properly that was budgeted for with that, during the budget season. So I would just go back and put together, that's my feedback. Find out if we approve it, if it's within the legal terms, and has already been budgeted for, I'm okay to move forward and pay whatever we owe. But I don't have the okay on, I don't know if it's 900, 300, I don't know.
So some forensic accounting on this would be helpful, and compare that to what Brad mentioned about the per diem. Look, if you're going to bring this back to the commission for them to approve the amount, we need to see the numbers in front of us. But let me finish real quickly.
Sorry.
But if this is then going to be the final money that we pay to former manager Chris Truitt before we wish him well in his life, we need to make sure this is it. What we don't want to have back is something coming back in next month saying, now you owe me for, I went to a restaurant and took a village staffer out and had lunch. So there needs to be this is it, end of story, no other questions asked about this. For example, does he have a village credit card? Are there things on a credit card? Has anyone looked through that and reconciled all of that? Are there any charges there that are questionable? I don't know. I mean, is there anything else, Al, that you're aware of?
There were some charges on a credit card that were questionable, and we're still trying to find receipts for those. I don't think there was any receipts issued for those.
What were they for?
They were for a couple of restaurants.
During work hours?
They weren't significant events, so I don't know what they were tied to.
Is the village manager allowed to take the village credit card and go out and have lunch? Right?
I would have to know more details as to what what the purpose of it.
And I'm not saying,
There
he
is
shouldn't,
not-
I don't know.
There is no expense policy. That's the thing.
Not aware of any policy on the.
Well, if there's,
No, if he says he took, I don't know. I mean, I can imagine scenarios where it might be business. I don't.
well, I'm not, again, I'm not going to be here for this, but if you bring it back, I would suggest that you guys try to get it all sorted out at one time, get it done, and make sure that there's a written agreement, whether it's an email or whatever Brad thinks is reasonable, where he recognizes that this is the final, anything that this village owes me, signing off on it, send me my check, and be done with this once and for all, or I can see this dragging out.
So to make a recommendation at this point, so we can kind of try and move forward to follow up on the Commissioner's point, the Vice Mayor's point, I think what we need, I think is we need an understanding of what's being paid, what the line items are, to be in line with the statutory reimbursement levels, because I think we need a proposal. Look, I think you made a very good point. Look, if it's within the discretionary fund and he's allowed to spend it in such a way, we don't have a choice. So, but we need to understand, like, line item, what's it for? And if it's within that level, then we do it. So, but I think we need kind of a little bit more granular detail before we can say, look, I think the commission is saying, if we got to pay it, we got to pay it. And I certainly think we all want to just move on from this. So, yes, no, go ahead.
If I may, because
Sure.
I think there's more than just this conference is part of the issue. And
Are you talking about the PTO?
well, and that's the thing, he throws around some terms, and Commissioner Amslet and I talked about this earlier today. He throws around some terms that are terms of art within your employment manual.
For example?
And for instance, PTO is paid time off.
Right.
PTO is a different animal than annual leave, which is vacation leave or sick leave. So the only thing that Mr. Truitt is entitled to as a result of his separation from the village is his unused vacation time not to exceed 240 hours of vacation. We have already previously calculated that a while ago. He had 18.6 hours of unused annual leave, which he would be entitled to. I worked with Sharon Henning. She helped me calculate what his hourly rate would have been. It was $48.08 an hour is what his salary equated to. So that comes out to $894.29. Under his contract, it refers basically to what every other employee would be entitled to had they separated from the village. So he's certainly entitled to the $894.29. I do not believe he's received that yet. In his emails that he sends, he keeps on saying PTO. I have not talked to him, so I don't know when he says PTO if he means his annual leave, his quote vacation leave. So what maybe if I can suggest so that we can move this forward, because I'm sure we're all tired of getting the emails, is the manager and I and finance can sit down, just find out total what we owe him, whether it be for the conference, whatever his separation pay he's entitled to, come up with a number, have a discussion with him so that if he's in agreement with that number, because I know from some of his previous emails, he's asking for his credit card interest on his bills because he hasn't paid those bills, which is 23%. I don't know that we're on.
I'm sorry, what was the percentage
I
on
think it's
his?
23% on his credit, something like that. I don't remember the exact amount. It's 23 point something percent, which is about what a credit card some credit cards charge per month if you're not paying your bill. But I don't know that he's necessarily entitled to that. So what we can do is we can sit down, try to come up with a number between myself, the manager, and finance, present it to him. If he agrees to it, we will notify the commission, this is the amount. And then if it's approval, although quite frankly, I'm not sure that the commission really has a hand in this. It's really within the manager's purview. But if manager wants your input, I certainly understand why. I can draft a waiver and release that he's accepting this payment. It's in full payment of all monies owed to him. He's waiving any further actions with regards to it. If he signs it, we'll send them, we'll put the money in his account. I think he wants.
I would strongly encourage you to do that. And then the other thing that I had brought up to Al, something I had been looking into before Truitt resigned, was his vacation time, because it appears he took vacation before he was eligible to take vacation. And if that impacts the hours that are due to him, then that needs to be accounted for as well, and I'll leave that up to you guys. But it's very clear in his agreement when he's allowed to take vacation, and he was taking vacation, from my reading of it, before he was allowed to be taking vacation. If that's the case, and that shouldn't be qualified to be paid out, then that needs to be accounted for as well. But every penny that he's due, and not a penny more, and make him sign off and say that's that, and move past this. This is,
Brad, can you make that part of the analysis, please?
I can, can I comment on that?
Sure.
Just so.
Well, I'd like to try and make this the last time we have to
No,
figure.
but I just want to
out
have
this.
some direction because.
I understand.
So, and I understand the vice mayor's point, and I'm not saying that it's not a point well taken. And he's being a steward of the village's money, and I understand that, appreciate that approach. However, just from a legal perspective, let's say he did take the vacation within the first 6 months. I don't know if he did or didn't. Let's assume he did for a moment. He certainly made the village was aware he was taking the vacation. He was aware at the timing that he was taking the vacation. I'm assuming he put in the vacation, because I know when he was gone, he would say, I'm out. And I think he would appoint the clerk as the acting manager at the time. And nobody stopped it at that point. It's not until now that we're raising that issue. And I would suggest that that's kind of a moot point at this point.
okay, whatever he's due and not a penny more.
Probably talking about dollars as opposed to, I mean, it's only $894 we're talking about. I'm not saying it's not a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of what he might have taken, you're talking about a couple of $100. And I'm not sure it's really worth fighting over that fight. We want to just move on from this whole situation.
Okay.
With disrespect to the
No,
vice
no.
mayor,
I just like things to be nice and clear in black and white, little columns, and this is what we owe you, and that's that, and take your money and off you go.
Mr. Mayor, that's the end of my report.
May I ask some follow-up questions to Al from his report? Okay, so separate from that, what's the status really quickly of the employment contracts that Truitt offered to people that they signed? Did everyone sign the letter yet saying that they understood that those contracts were invalid?
Yes, one employee chose to resign instead of signing it.
So he did resign. So
He did
at this
resign.
point, we're solid on that. Okay. Issa filled in for you for a couple of days. Thank you, Issa.
Yes.
And the first thing I asked was, is he being paid extra for taking on this extra responsibility? Al, could you clarify to us when people do start earning extra money? If people are going to fill a role and they qualify for more money, I want to make sure we're paying them.
Right, so it's only the employee handbook, which I brought here this evening. In the employee handbook, it says they only receive a 5% after the 5th day. So on the 6th day, they start receiving a 5% increase.
Retro back to the first day?
No, just on that.
Just on that 6th.
That 6th day, 6th, 7th day. So I was out 6 days, so he only gets a increase for 1 day. So I told him, I'll be taking him out to lunch, so.
Hey. The lesson to staff, if he asks you to fill in for him, say, only
Yes,
6 days or more.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I'm not
I'll be gone for a
available.
month. They'll be encouraging me to go on for a month. in the
Exactly.
future.
The unsafe structure, have they taken any steps towards their first hurdle they have to jump over?
We have a scheduled meeting coming up. The village attorney, myself, code compliance, the building official, and Gage to talk about an application that was submitted recently for a fence. So we're going to be
Excellent.
talking about that.
Okay. So earlier in the evening, Commissioner Samaria was discussing the fact that he was riding along with the police. Just so we're all clear on that, how does that work if a commissioner wants to ride along with the police? Does that have to get cleared by you? Do commissioners go straight to the police and say, I want to ride along? Do they talk to the chief? What are the policies on that, just to make sure? I've never ridden along with the police or the code officers. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of what those rules are. I'd hate to think that commissioners are hopping in cars and spending overnight shifts if they haven't been.
Great. So
I'll make sure we're following policy that probably doesn't exist, Pharaoh.
the chief and I are working on developing policies.
So there are no policies
There's
for
no
that?
policies right now, so
Right
we're
now, we
wrapping-
have, sorry, Mr. Manager, we have a waiver release form, and then we do a criminal background check before they can get in the
Gotcha.
field.
So you make sure you're covered. Okay. Because, and Dan, don't take this the wrong way, but you did say in your report, I didn't write the words down, but you said something along the lines of when you told him you were going to ride along with him on the shifts with him, like, I don't know what exactly you said, like, you may not like what I do or something. I don't know. But I just wouldn't, he only reports to one person in this room, and it's Al. He doesn't report to us, and I don't want police or any employees to ever feel obligated to do something for a commissioner that they're not required to do. So I think maybe as a best practice, until Al writes a policy on this, that anytime we want to engage with the police or code, certainly as a ride-along, we should be clearing that with the manager. Would that make you more comfortable, Al?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
I would certainly agree to that myself.
I want to clarify, Chief, did I tell you at any time to do anything? No.
No direct.
You just said some, like, I just don't want to, you understand what I'm saying, Dan? I don't want anyone
understand,
to
but I
feel like
s-
they're being, because, look,
it's-
whether we're not their boss, we're not his
I
boss.
understand that.
None of us individually or as a body, we're not his boss.
Right.
But it's really easy for him knowing that ultimately he answers to us some way for him to feel obligated to do what he wants. So I'm just saying, we need to make sure that that separation is really clear.
I should have said that. That was more of a joke to him.
Okay, well, just, you know what I'm saying here. Okay, so I think as a best practice, we should all get that
But my
cleared with
question
us.
is that, if I'm correct, Commissioner Amsler, you rode around with code, didn't you?
Yeah, after getting approval
No.
from the manager.
Yeah.
Oh, so you asked the manager, he said yes, and you went along. That's great.
course.
That's the proper, we should always be asking permission for everything. Sometimes we ask permission of Al, sometimes we ask permission of each other. Vero wanted to go represent us to Miami Shores. Ryan's asking to represent us for something. We come here, we get the thumbs up, and then we go do it. It's better than just running off and doing something. Jonathan, if you'll forgive me, there's someone who I have to go hug.
Oh, go ahead.
Debbie Holmes walked in. She's one of our village residents, and I haven't seen her for a long time. I want to give her a hug. Okay, there's a variance request that's pending for those folks on 10th Avenue at 111th. Oh my God. And you were waiting for for us to pass our policies on how we notice things. I just want to make sure they don't slip between the cracks. We're aware of them.
You haven't, I have a list of everybody who, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. They were very concerned because it's been a while. Okay.
Yeah.
Those
They
are
call me from time to time and I keep them updated as to.
beautiful. Thank you. And then for I don't know if this is for you or for the attorney, Al. This writ of mandamus, am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay. It's about public records requests not being fulfilled promptly after multiple requests. Just so we're clear, when was this happening? Was this happening before you got here, Al, or since you've gotten here?
Yeah, I think the original request came in a long time before, several months before I arrived. July.
Okay. But it got resolved since you've been here?
Yeah, oh, it's resolved now, yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that anyone who is listening and is aware of that knows that that didn't happen on your watch, Al, but it got resolved on your watch.
And we're developing procedures so this never happens again.
A lot of procedures to write, Al.
Through the police department and to the village clerks.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Vice Mayor. Are there other questions about the manager's report?
Yeah. The report, is this report that you're going to be given every week that has the report for all the departments, or are we going to be allowed to hear from each of the departments?
Well, the reports will be attached, and, you know, if you have any questions, well, I'll be happy to answer them. If I can't answer them, staff is here available to answer those questions also.
Because I want to
Yeah.
be able to get reports from the police department.
They'll
Do
still,
I have to go through you to get it?
they're submitting written reports. It's attached to the
Under, yeah, 8E, the report. Any other questions for the manager on his report? Okay.
Albert, the position, we talked about on the last commission about the position needed for John for Public Works. It was needed to be advertised and start the process of fulfilling. Where we stand with that?
The
Yeah.
manager can
Right, so we were waiting for their labor negotiation contracts was passed, approved by the commission. And in there, it had a salary increase that didn't take place till after the first of the year. So now that we are after the first of the year, we can advertise for that. And I need to sit down with John in one of our weekly meetings and talk about just what that person will be doing and make sure we have a job description for that position.
I didn't understand. So you're saying there was an increase on
There was an in that labor negotiations, in that bargaining agreement,
yeah.
there was a new salary schedule that would take place after the first of the year. So now that we're after the first of the year, we can advertise for it, and I just wanted to sit down with John and to go over the job description for that position and to make sure that when we're advertising, we have a clear job description and the employee knows what their job responsibilities will be, and that we have a salary range. We're just not one salary, that starting salary. We have a salary range that they clearly understand, and just work with John to get that out, and so that we start the process.
Commissioner, if you remember during the budget process when you were doing that, you were trying to determine a 1, a 2, a 3, maintenance of labor, and that's what the manager is speaking of in the contract. He was waiting for the contract to come through for that definition of those 1, 2s, and 3s.
Perfect. I just want to find you some help, John. I know you've been working on those potholes around the city and around the village and several areas. So thank you very much for what you do. Do you have an estimated time frame for that?
I'll put it on my list of things to do, but
Keeps
John and I are meeting weekly, so we're that would be on the top of the list when we meet to discuss.
Right. And then did you find out if we have some budget set aside? I don't know if you guys remember during budget season for Christmas holiday decoration lights. I think we put like $5,000. Knowing that now we have the best time to buy stuff for sale. Are we planning to use that? I know that the idea was that every year we have a little bit more set aside, right? And that we can continue to increase our lights and everything. It's the right time.
Issa and John are working on it. Okay.
Issa, come to the podium so everybody can hear it.
You volunteered yourself.
Yeah.
Commissioner Amesler, just for clarity, it was $1,000 this year.
Oh.
Cut it from 5,000 to 1,000.
You really got that down.
I was going to say, if it was 5,000, it passed me because I didn't see that.
It was 5,000 last year, 1,000 this year.
On
All right.
sale, that's like 2, right?
$1,000, correct.
right.
It's in the Parks and Rec
Awesome.
department budget. So we spent a little and bought the garland and some wreaths that we put on the doors this year, but we are waiting for post
Awesome.
sales. So
It's looking
John and I
nicer
are
and
already
nicer
plotting, so
every year. So thank you for putting that together. It looked wonderful. Everybody did a wonderful job in making it very Christmassy. The rec center looked amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, and just on that note, Commissioner, John is working on fixing the sprinklers out there by our main entrance sign, the Biscayne Park.
Yeah.
And a pump was broken, and so he's working on that, and then we'll be planning once that's fixed, we'll be planning some annuals out there to make it really look nice. So,
Not to
Sam,
jump
good
in
evening.
on that point. Were you finished? Okay.
No, and I had another point for Issa before you sit down. I don't want to get him to sit down.
I'm saying, good evening, good
Got
evening.
you before you
But
sit, Issa.
I'm
You
saying,
wanna
we
go
added
ahead,
one already, but I got one on sale that's already out there. The sprinklers are running. So we're just waiting on, the annuals and how we want to plant it, the plants we want to plant.
yeah, so you'll be seeing some flowers out there, and much like we're trying to make it look like the entrance to
You know what I'm saying,
the
to beautify.
beautify it and make it look like the entrance to our neighbor Country Day School, how they had those flowers out there.
But so on that point, Mr. Manager, something that we had talked about very briefly, and John, I know this is really isn't kind of within our purview, but all that new sod that went in on Griffing, where they did the drainage project. Now I know that's Griffing, and this was part of the agreement that we passed in the consent agenda. But a lot of that looks like it's dying or not doing so well. Is that something that we are paying any attention to, or because that's not something that we do, we're just kind of letting them do?
We was kind of hoping for rain, but that's kind of said mostly you know what I'm saying, Miami,
Right. No, I
Dade County supposed to water it. We
Right.
usually help them out, but right now we have the water trailer. You know what I'm saying? You saw it.
One that you repaired?
Yeah, well, we're trying to repair it
Trying to
now.
repair.
And we just, we're halfway there. We got to get the wood. You know what I'm saying? The welding is all done. We may have to do a little bit of the rusting on it so it doesn't break down again.
I understand. I just wanted to bring it up as a point that that's like one of the main entrances. That's where a lot of people come in and out of the village, and this is all brand new. I would really hate to see it all go south. So if it's something that we can maybe pay attention to a little bit before, now that this is signed and, the county will come in and help us out, it might be nice to try and kind of keep all that new stuff fresh.
That'll work. And thank you.
That was it.
Yeah, my last it's for Isa, if you don't mind, my last question. Remember, we spoke at some point, some time ago, about the toadlet area, maybe making a signage for age appropriate and their caretakers to hang out in the area to make sure that also not only is safe for the kids, but also to protect the equipment.
Right.
Is that something that is being done? Are you looking to put that forward?
On the inside or
Yeah, we
outdoors?
talked about the, remember we had a gentleman that was sleeping
Yeah.
in that area, and after that, we had a conversation about how do we protect the area in the best way possible,
Absolutely.
making it inviting for everybody to enjoy.
In addition to the hourly walkarounds that we already done, definitely have staff being more proactive to be in those areas and more attentive, especially when our numbers are high. I absolutely did want to sit with legal to go over the parameters of how we can do that with breaking down that room. Obviously, some of the areas will be age appropriate, but it is all public seating in that whole room, aside from the back room, which is closed to the public during the day. So I think I would want to take direction from legal and the manager to make sure we pinpoint and cover ourselves in regards to signage in that area. We've put up sign to help keep this area clean and signs like that. But for the most part, and even with the bathrooms now, if the bathrooms they're lined, we lock the main door and let people go in by themselves if they're using the other bathroom. So we're taking those precautions in that area. Signage, though, I would definitely take the lead from legal and the manager.
From the attorney, perfect. Yeah. All right, thank you so much.
And just if I can, real quick, I want to thank a number of residents, Commissioner here, who've made some donations to the book, the library, and bringing the books back. Sandy, former commissioner's wife, Sandy Morris, thank you, you got it. Sandy Morris donated like 50 books that are basically like brand new today to the adult section of the library, which is where that needs as much help as the kids section. So a special shout out to all those residents who have done that. And I think that is all. Just if I can respectively, with the manager's permission, with meeting with Paul over the last week and the staff that's been here for a long time, it is insightful to see us working and digging deeper with finance in the budget in preparation. I think it kind of gets lost in the mix of the transitions that we've gone through with managers and or other positions. So things change a lot for us. And then you have different policies that still exist. And if they don't get closed out, you have different departments doing different things. So just off the first initial meetings, I think there is progress. I just wanted to say that. Also with the village manager being here, the Manager Childress, his experience already has showed a lot just to me directly. Being at public meetings with him for CITT or Zoom meetings with CITT or FDOT, the knowledge he has been really helpful. So I want to say those things. And from the staff, if I can, send a thank you to this commissioner here for all he's done for the village. So some of the staff asked me to send that message to you since they couldn't be, and that's all.
Thanks, Isa. Are there any other questions for the manager's report before we move on? I know Commissioner Huntington, you didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, only, Al, we discussed it in our meeting, the entry, since we're on the topic of beautification, the banners that we have on the light posts as we enter our village. Did you get a chance to look at those? Do we have a chance of taking them down or
Yeah,
replacing
so
them?
John and I will, that's the other item on my agenda, to talk with John on our weekly meeting, that how to get those down. I did see them when I was driving today, and I saw them.
Perfect. Okay, great. I know I brought it up many months ago, and they're still there, and they're a good welcome to our village. I'd like to see them replaced if possible, but at least let's take the old ones down if we can. Thank you.
All right, well, Mr. Manager, thank you for the informative and detailed report, and everyone for following up with some items, and for all of our department heads for being here and contributing to it. We very much appreciate it, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to discuss these items with you. Okay, so that does it for our report section, which takes us back down to our discussion items. We'll start with our old business. We have 3 items on the old business, and the first one up is Commissioner Huntington, your discussion on traffic update. Would you mind introducing it, or?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I penned this discussion item back in November because I knew we were approaching. I know the way things work in the village. We wouldn't get to it until the month that this tragic accident occurred 1 year ago. I am happy to announce, I don't know if the village has announced yet, but I'll be the one to announce it, that our ILA has been executed and we can move forward with that. That would open up questions to the manager as well as the commission as how we move forward with selecting sites for traffic calming measures now that we have this ability. If our Safer Streets for All grant is moving forward, what our status on that is, and if we still have intention to execute that grant, and our traffic unit, and where I know we're at 1 officer. What's our plan for going forward to execute a 2nd officer and get that unit fully on the road? Those are the 3 questions I had. Luckily, one of them was answered on its own, but the other 2 are still pending. And I'd like to see us always moving forward in the topic of safety and traffic. So I'd open it up to the commission as well as the manager to answer those questions, and let's have a discussion on how we move forward with Safer Streets for All, our police traffic unit, and selecting these sites and making our roads safer.
So I wouldn't mind addressing the one about selecting the sites, Commissioner, because some of the discussions that I had with the county back when we first started talking about the ILA. Again, I know, and Brad, you and I have talked a lot about this, and Chief, you and I talked about this too, very recently, as of yesterday. Again, it was my understanding that the way that we support the traffic calming measures, and this, I think this is a larger discussion, probably for another time when we have a better understanding, but I just wanted to briefly kind of do a quick refresher. My understanding of the way that we select traffic calming sites is based upon any type of data, of objective data that we have, not limited to a traffic report, but also inclusive of, Chief, things like where tickets are being issued, where resident complaints are coming from. The county has said that they would share volume data with us, like car volume data that they have. And they said when they came out here for a site inspection where we kind of drove around the village, they said they have it and they freely share it with us in something as I think informal as an email. So these are all just kind of data points that we can use to select those sites. And again, I don't have a whole lot more granular detail at this point. So Brad and Mr. Manager, something that we could probably try and coordinate and make sure that we understand fully. But that's my understanding of it, and we can start doing it. But that's just kind of, a recollection. Sure. Yeah.
May I add on to that real quickly before they answer? When does the traffic study come into play with this? Do we have to do one first now generally, or do we have to, if we pick sites, do we then have to do a traffic study specific to those areas and the kind of solutions we're looking at?
So again, my understanding of it, my discussions with the county and with DOT, is that it doesn't necessarily have to come from a traffic study. The traffic study is important to have, as we've discussed many times, Brad. It's good because it gives you data to support why you're putting things in certain places.
I thought it did say that in the ILA. I thought it said that it was a requirement.
Don't know that it said it was a requirement. I thought we were able to support with data, not necessarily traffic plan or traffic study data.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I will, I know the police chief recently visited Miami Shores and got some information sharing from them and the speed bumps or speed tables they were able to put in. Maybe we could hear from the police chief as to what Miami Shores is doing in selecting their sites.
Want to join us, Chief?
Speaking with Miami Shores, their public works, they had different methods that they did. They based it kind of off what the mayor was saying, off of complaints, off of traffic. I think they, at one point, they did do a traffic study also. And then the specific locations, once they narrowed it down with complaints, they went door to door to the neighbors and asked them if they were okay with the calming device placed in front of their residence. And that's where they kind of based it off of, but it was a totality of the different data coming in.
I don't want to, I guess I just don't want to offer a definitive opinion on whether it needs to be, yes, supported by a traffic study or can be supported by other data. I guess at this point, I would leave it to Brad to
Well,
understand it.
I'm reading from it right now, and if I have the current version.
Looking at as well.
It says, any such traffic calming devices may be installed on local municipal streets only after an appropriate traffic engineering study has been performed and signed and sealed by a Florida licensed professional engineer and has received written approval by the village manager and/or her designee. So if that's the last version, this is why I'm remembering it, because I remember having the conversation at the time. This doesn't preclude the requirement to,
No, no, no.
we don't circumvent that.
Well,
So
Brad-
that's what my understanding was. So back to my question, when does that come into play? Because I'd hate for the village to spend time and resources identifying things that the traffic study then doesn't allow.
I also would ask what the traffic study means. I mean, I want to be kind of specific of what it entails in the contract versus, for example, if you guys remember my question regarding the triangle of visibility, we had our public works director come forward with an engineer saying that such and such were okay, and that sort of serves as a backup. So I'm wondering if we are able to use the preliminary information we have in our data, as long as it's certified by an engineer, and that constitutes a traffic analysis, a traffic report. So I would want to know specific if we're talking about $100,000 on a study village-wide, or are we saying, here's our proposal, we have already checked this with an engineered and have clearance of it, and that constitutes a go-ahead. That for me is also referring back to the manager as to how we move forward.
And if I can, sorry, jump in real quickly there. From what Commissioner Kennedy just read about the passage, that doesn't, I mean, I would refer to Brad here for a opinion, but I don't know if that reads as a traffic study or an engineering report as to it's okay to put it in XYZ
I'm
location.
asking, I want to know when, at what point in the process that gets done, so we're not spinning our wheels and wasting money.
Yeah.
Something.
So I mean, I can only,
If you need to digest, I mean,
I can only go by the language, and what the vice mayor has read is from the actual executed, that's an excerpt from the actual executed agreement. So there is the requirement of an appropriate traffic engineering study that has been performed and sealed, and licensed professional engineer has put their seal on, and that the managers received it and approved it, or the manager's designee. I am not a traffic engineer. I am not a.
Excuse me, not that.
I've driven on a road once, but I'm not a traffic engineer, so I really can't opine on that. It would.
can I make a suggestion?
Maybe reach out to the county.
Well, so that's exactly what I was going to say, is maybe the county can provide direction on whether we can do something as Commissioner Hamza recommended, to say, we look at it through Public Works, and we look at it here, we have an engineer come in and say, yeah, that's appropriate, and then they put their stamp and seal on it and everything, and it's a study.
By reading this, I think if the engineer, if that's sufficient for the engineer, and the engineer signs off on it, puts their seal on it, I would suggest by just reading this paragraph that would be sufficient.
Right. Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
And I think from a liability standpoint, you want that, because that's where the village is protected.
Yeah, that's where you and I,
talk about.
yeah, that's where you and I talk.
It's protected if something bad were to happen as a result of.
Right.
But there's no approval process through the county.
I think it's just that they have it, right, that they have it probably, right.
Additionally, as long as we're using the designs that are incorporated into the agreement, which is why we painstakingly went through what we wanted and what we didn't want, and found approved designs from DOT, we do not have to go back to the county for approval of the installation of those, for design approval.
That's very good. That's going to be a much more
Certainly
efficient,
streamlines the
hopefully,
process,
yes. So on that point, I know the next step you mentioned maybe is going to the county and double check how this is expected to be seen. I would ask in between to address how the Shores is doing it, how El Portal is doing it, because I'm sure the county will say, you just need a traffic study. You mean a whole traffic study? The answer will be yes, 100 grand is nothing. Small villages are probably doing it already in a different way that the county has accepted. So if we can find some examples of maybe, they haven't needed a village-wide study, but they go with the data that they have, that will be in our favor too.
And as long as the engineer accepts.
To touch on what Commissioner Amsler said, maybe we could come to consensus to direct the manager to come back to us with an action plan from the information he found out, what his plan going forward was going to be, and how to act on this ILA so we don't just continue to spin our wheels. Don't want to put more things on your list to do, Al.
Make a note.
Maybe we
It's a
can come up
big
with a timeline of 1 month,
Go on.
2 months to get that action plan back to us, so we continually move the ball forward.
Great news.
What were the other two?
So the other one is Safer Streets for All. It's the same thing we're talking about. It's the grant that could be awarded to us. It was a $25,000 match for a $100,000 grant. Are we moving forward with that? Is that going ahead? Are we deciding to step back? That is the $100,000 study we're talking about here. We basically have to make a decision as a group. Are we continuing? Or are we going to hold back on that study?
Manager, go ahead.
Well, I had met with the representative from the state on that grant, and I think I sent out an email to all of you about that meeting and the discussions that I had with her. And I had asked that she be here this evening to talk about the grant and, and the whole process, because I had, just by what was being said, I had some concerns that we would be spending a lot of time and energy on a report, on a study that would probably never be implemented, because she talked about that study would just be a study, and it could come back saying that the village needs to have $1 million or $2 million worth of improvements, and then we'll be searching for grants to do those improvements. So I think at this point I would like if Commissioner Huntington and I could meet with her so that he understands directly what my concerns were before we move any further, because I surely don't want to waste any money and time and effort on a project that money could be spent somewhere else.
I think that seems reasonable.
Reasonable to me. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, the third one would be the traffic unit and where we stand with that. I know, Chief, not to call you up again, but I know we have one officer hired, and what's our plan going forward to get that second officer?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question. I wasn't on a commission at that time. Didn't we budget? I think you brought it up at the last commission. Didn't we budget for 2 police officers, right?
It was for 2, from what I remember. And if I also remember, it was that you wanted them working in tandem with each other when they were on duty. So we originally wanted 2 sets of 2, and we ended up with 1 set of 2 because they should always be working together in the village. That's my understanding.
Yes, sir. We have one that is working right now. We've kind of teamed them up with the reserve or the other personnel for now. We're evaluating and restructuring some of our processes. Me and the manager are working very hard on it with our policies and procedures. In the near future, we hope to open up those positions and hire the upcoming positions. We have a few. We're just waiting on to finalize our stuff to make sure we do it right. We got a lot of broken things, and we're just trying to, when we do something, do it right from now on. And the manager's helping a lot with that. So we're kind kind of in that direction right now. We will get it, but we got to do it right. If not, we're going to hire and we're going to have all the same issues like we had with the last administration.
Thank you, Chief.
So what is the one person doing now?
He's working the traffic. We kind of teaming up with the reserves and trying to place a reserve with him that day or whatever the case is so that we don't take off because once we do traffic and they keep getting tied up on the traffic, you notice that our traffic arrest skyrocketed. And that ties up a unit. If they got to transport to the jail, it ties up a unit, and then we lose our proactive patrol. So that's right now we're trying to place the personnel and have it so that we don't tie up our regular road patrols. We need that proactive patrol. We need the guys going by the park or the gals going by the park and checking on it. So we've kind of made some steps in the process right now, just to kind of cover it, or like some of the command staff will go out and work traffic to try to offset that to mitigate it just for officer safety.
But the money is in the budget now. Would it be possible to take some of those reserve officers and pay them to do the actual job until you hire someone?
That could be a possibility. I'll coordinate with the manager.
Because we're back in school now, and we all know that, anecdotally at least, that we believe that traffic is a whole lot worse during the school months in the morning and the afternoon. So I'm just trying to get that. I mean, again, here we go. We're October, November, December. We're almost 4 months through a fiscal year, which is 1/3 of a fiscal year, and something that we budgeted for, we have several of them tonight now, are not happening. So I was like, this money is like slipping between the fingers and not being spent, and we had the best of intentions to. And it was actually your idea. So it was your request, rather. So if there's some other creative way that you could get that done in the meantime, I mean, I thought the hold-up hiring, I thought the reason we lost some of the other ones was the car issue, and that's been resolved now. So you're hiring them with full awareness of what their benefits are.
Yes, sir.
So, okay.
Brad, did you?
If I may, you can't pay your reserve officers. They're no longer reserve officers under the way you're structured.
So you can't elevate them up.
You could promote them to part-time if that's something that they want to do, and the manager and the chief agree to that. But you can't keep them at a reserve status and pay them for their hours. You're changing their.
But you could change their status and pay them.
Yes, of course.
And you could do that temporarily. You could say, we're going to change your status. If they're willing to do it, we'll change your status. We're going to pay you this amount of money, but know that we're hiring someone if they don't want the job permanent. I'm just trying to figure out ways to get it done.
They're at will, so you could, I certainly it would be with their acquiescence, with the understanding that they're going to be transferred to a part-time status.
Understood.
Period of time, and then when we replace that individual, they're going to go back to.
They'll go back to being a reserve, which is what they intended to be in the first place. It's just, this was I trust when you said this is a solution that will help us. I believed you, and I trust you to make that difference be visible to us. So,
Mr. Manager, you wanted to?
Yeah, if I could. So I was just looking at the chief's monthly presentation report. So in 2023, we had 115 total uniform traffic citations for 2023. For 2024, we had 655. Speed violations in 23, we had 34. 24, we had 282. Red light violations, we had 0 in 23. 24, we had 3. Stop sign violations, we had 32 in 23. We had 67 in 24. Northeast 6th Avenue violations, we had 55 for 23. For 2024, we had 255. Village-wide, we had 60 total traffic violations. Village-wide, we had 400 for 2024. Traffic warnings were 23 and 23, 36 in 2023, and for 24, we had 257. So there's a significant increase in the number of traffic activity that's going on. And I know that the chief we have 2 motorcycle units that they're doing traffic. And then we also, the patrol units, I see the daily reports, and they're also doing traffic. They're stopping vehicles on 6th Avenue for speeding, and I see the arrests that are being made, and we're towing vehicles. So there is traffic enforcement going on, and significant
Well, I think
increase.
we all know that. No one's questioning that. Look, the numbers are very clear, but what those numbers don't show is how many more speeders and stoplight runners and violators are out there. We don't know the number of everyone they could be pulling over. So,
Right.
and we all know it could be better. So,
Right, and so Vice Mayor, also to touch on that, there is some new technology that, I think there was an article in the paper today about the counties using it for their, school zones, and, the village of, Key Biscayne has, purchased this new technology. And I asked the chief to look into that for us and how we could utilize that, so that we're exploring.
specific for school zones, or can it be used?
It can be used for anything, for speeding, so.
Thanks for bringing this back, Ryan. Lesson learned, that was what, April of last year? We started this conversation, and here we sit with nothing being accomplished except the ILA, and we're now asking for a report to come back in a month or 2 months, and this is the grind of government. All the more reason to ride on it and make sure it gets done.
Chief, I just want to say thank you.
We'll sit here and have that
I
same.
just want to say thank you. I know you guys are working hard. Those numbers are very impressive. You guys, you and your men are doing hard work. And the sentiment of hiring the right person and taking the time, I mean, I don't want to speak out of two sides of my mouth and say, let's get it done, but hire the right person. That's very important too, to hire the right person and somebody who's a quality employee for us.
Thanks, sir. The manager's given a lot of support, making sure we do that. We have too bad a history to have another black eye here, so we got to do it right.
Chief, thank you. All right, so Commissioner, if that wraps up the item. Okay, great. So let's keep going. Let's go to 12B, the discussion on the village motto and/or tagline. Vice Mayor?
That's me. Before I start, just as a reminder, we have some items that were pulled off under new business. We have 3 items remaining on the agenda, and we added a 4th one.
Yes.
And we're under an hour now. So might we want to adjust the order of any of those things?
Well, we certainly need to move up, I think, the procedure for appointing.
That one. So maybe you guys want to hop up and do that one next, just to make sure that one's done, because you don't want to be backed into that corner when I'm.
Sure. Yeah, let's, we can go ahead and we can skip over to that one then. So let's take up that, the walk-on item, on the new business, which is the procedure for appointing the commissioner. So whenever your resignation will be complete, we have the 30 days. And at our February meeting, we have to do this.
We have one meeting to get it done. And
Unless we set a special one, but,
I would not be surprised if my resignation date will not be changed to January 21st.
okay,
That's the date.
okay.
Yeah, I know we had a process before.
Mhm.
I spoke to Commissioner Gonzalez, and he's willing to do the temporary.
Well, I think you guys need to discuss the process by
Right.
which you'll make that selection. That's the item for tonight, not a specific person.
Yeah, I think there's a few people that are interested. You're correct, Commissioner. I think I spoke to former Commissioner Gonzalez as well, and he's voiced some interest. But let's just talk about how we want to do that. I think what was the process last time, Mac?
I was going to say, maybe we could refer to the clerk and let
Sure.
her remind us the process.
Well, we've had 2, 3. We put out the notice of interest. As the persons came in, they came in with their paperwork as if they were qualifying for the election. And then you set a date certain that you all would be sent the notice, the letters of interest, and a date certain that you would choose to invite those persons in. Small interview where you talk to them prior to the meeting, and then you would select at the meeting.
So Brad?
I was just going to say, just a side note to the selection of the interim, is you also, since there's more than 6 months remaining in the vice mayor's term, you're going to have to hold a special election within 45 days to 90 days of the vacancy. So we're also going to have to set that in motion with the supervisor. Obviously, Madam Clerk will have to reach out to the supervisor for elections. I know your charter requires that time frame, but sometimes the supervisor elections can't meet that. We'd have to agree to whatever time frame the supervisor of elections has.
Okay, so as far as the appointment of the position to fill the seat, I think maybe just operating under the assumption that it will be Jan 21, right? Okay, so I think we pick a date certain by which we get the information from people that are interested. So maybe what we do to ensure that we have enough time, and I think we've done this in the past, is set a special agenda item on the February meeting an hour before starting at 5 o'clock, where we can invite those people to come in, we can speak with each of them, and we can make a decision there. I can't imagine there's going to be that many people where we can't talk to them all. Right, and I think that worked well. I would be in support of doing it that way, and I think we just need to select a date by which we want to have the information submitted to us. So if we have a consensus on that process, then I think we just pick a date and we set the special agenda, if everyone agrees on that.
Question I would have is, are we allowed to send the notice of interest out prior to his resignation, or do we have to wait to the resignation date? 2 weeks from from the 21st is the day of the meeting, so we could still have 2 weeks if we wait until the day he resigns.
Right. That's a good point.
What's the requirement there?
I don't see anything in your code or your charter that would prohibit that.
That would prohibit announcement.
Sending it before the resignation is.
I've already announced to the community that I'm.
My only concern was today that you shouldn't be talking about candidates.
Sure. So, the February meeting is the 4th. So, do we want to do the 28th? That gives us a week to look at everything and talk to everyone. Is that enough time for everyone?
I even would put it closer to date. I think we did it like, I don't know if it was a day before or a Friday before. It wasn't a week out. I just want to give us as much time as possible to people to contemplate, get in touch with us. I'm sure questions are going to come as to what it takes, time, and all of that. I will be okay with the Friday before the commission meeting. So
The 31st, January 31st.
Last time, how many did we have? 4 or 5? We were not inundated with.
no.
Good point. Okay, so I'm fine with the 31st if we want to do that. The date certain, does that sound good? The commission?
Have the information back by the 31st?
That's the deadline by which they have to submit their interest in their paperwork.
Are you going to?
And when do you want the notice to go out? Tomorrow, day
Yeah, I think, I agree. I think right away is fine.
And you make it a requirement that they attend the February meeting in person or by Zoom so you guys can talk to them?
That's important.
Are we permitted to make that a requirement?
You could require them here. My only concern is 5 o'clock. If you're going to do it at 5 o'clock, people may not get off work. Timing limiting. But yes, you can require it.
Can we put that will be a factor that the commission considers, their attendance at that meeting? So maybe not making it a requirement if they can't be there, but.
Possibility, right? So people
Right.
can come in also digitally.
Zoom, if you
Sure.
let them, look,
Yeah.
we have commission meetings all the time at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
If you're going to do the job, you have to be prepared to be here when a meeting's called.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you make that a requirement?
Show up right out.
Notice? Okay. Okay. I think that settles the procedures for the selection of the appointment. Your mic's off.
Person stays on until after the special election. Thank you.
So now, as far as the special election goes, I don't think there's much we can do until you get in touch with the supervisor, until we know what their availability and timelines are, correct?
I'll send the letter out.
Okay. And then we'll have to address it whenever we get that information back. But if we don't have a date,
Setting the special election, the qualifying dates, all that established by resolution.
Should that be in the February meeting?
yeah,
I'm provided that Pamela can have. the dates.
assuming you'll have that information by that time.
Right.
Well, usually we go to them with a date. And then they say yay or nay. Yeah, they say yay or nay, whether they can work with the date that we submit.
Because we have
Okay,
the
so-
45 days since the 21st, you said, right? So that by then we have to have someone, we have to have the general election, right?
Your charter requires it, but again, it's.
So, but that would be the date,
She said
will be
40.
the date she would put forward to ask for. And then they would come back and say, yes, it's possible.
Well, the last time I submitted to them 3 or 4 dates within that time period, and they came back and said that they couldn't even work with that because they had another election going on. Then the attorney had to, I guess by resolution or something,
To amend.
amend
Initial resolution.
amend the initial date.
What's the timeline again, Brad? Just remind me, please.
40,
40, it has to be.
Special election shall be held no sooner than 45 days or more than 90 days following the occurrence of the vacancy.
So 45 days, the initial threshold is March 7th. At least that's by my calculation. So,
From that point on,
yeah, from that point on, we'd be fine. So do we want to just pick a date?
Is it a requirement they're on Tuesdays, or is it just historically done on Tuesdays? Yeah. historically. So look at Tuesdays in March. Is it appropriate for you to go to the elections board and say, here are 3 dates? We prefer this one. This is our first, second, and third choice. Why don't you guys decide on your first, second, and third choice? And
I do worry about spring break. in March.
I would not ask Issa to give up his rec
Yeah.
center on spring break.
spring.
I mean, it's-
25th. It's the week of the 24th to the 28th, but 25th would be the Tuesday.
for the 20. So what if we target the second week in April?
11th.
Or go back in March and say March 11, 18, and April 1. Give them 2 dates in April before spring break and 1 afterward.
You say March 11, March 18, or April 1? Does that work? March
Wouldn't want to be the
18 and April 1? Okay.
April 1 is a commission meeting,
Or April 8?
so Pamela would probably be pretty busy that day.
April 8 then. So March 11, March 18, and April 8.
And I wouldn't want to be the commissioner elected on April Fool's Day. So it's a good call.
Those dates work? We good with those?
I don't have a voice in this one.
Okay. Sound good. All right, I think we have consensus on both the Yes, consensus on the procedures for the appointment of the interim, and then the date for the special election. So I think that's resolved. Madam Clerk, do you need anything more from us on that? All right, great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. That knocks off that item. So the remaining ones then that we have are 12B, 12C, 13C, and then the minutes procedure. So I don't know that any of these are necessarily time sensitive. Unless I'm wrong.
None of them are time sensitive, but I'd like to get to the tagline because it's my item.
Yeah,
my
that's,
little
I was gonna
my
go
little
back. to that.
passion project.
Yeah.
And then the thing about, for Commissioner Samaria, I think we may want to make sure we really get to that item tonight so he feels like he needs an opportunity to kind of clear his name, perhaps, and we should give him that opportunity while it's all fresh and we can put that aside. You don't like those things to linger over to another month.
So why don't we start with 12B?
So, village tagline. We don't have an official village tagline. Now, a couple years ago, we had our whole strategic plan and we came up with a vision and all this great stuff for the village. And that leads right up to, you're right on the brink of now what kind of a tagline represents that for the brand that we are. Most communities have a tagline. I didn't bother listing them in here. We don't have one, but I just feel like it's a big, it's the cherry on top of the whole visioning project. Just as a quick history, a number of years ago, I think before Dan was on the commission actually, there was a group of residents led by Janie Anderson who put together a group of us. I was on it, Dan was on it, Linda Dillon, anyone else in this room? Janie, a bunch of Art Gonzalez was on it. Because the village didn't have a strategic plan. And we said, you know what, the village is floundering because we don't have that. And that led to the CIP and all the wonderful tools that you guys now have that you're using for your direction. So we went through a process and we took it to the commission and said, this is missing, you guys should consider doing this. It's why Mario brought it back. Remember before Mario left, because I had asked him, he said, Mac, give me some time to straighten up some messes in this village before we tackle that big thing. And he brought that, and that's what started it before Mario left. He was very gracious enough to bring that to the commission and get that train out of the station. And when we did it, we ended up with a tagline, our group of residents, and we were not assigned by the commission. We did it voluntarily just as a way to show them what could be done, what should be done. And we came up with the tagline that you guys know that I use all the time. I use it in village communications of my own. It's unofficial. Biscayne Park, an oasis in the heart of Miami. So I think we need to take that final step and come up with a tagline. There is one that you see on some things every once in a while. It makes me chuckle every time I see it. Actually, I was packing up some stuff yesterday, and I found a license plate in the closet, and I laughed so hard when I read it. It's Biscayne Park, a village of homes. It's like, a parking lot of cars, a room of humans. It's like, okay, a tagline should be something that describes the specific product, the specific brand, the specific organization. It was like generic tagline. So I won't be here for this, but I am bringing this forward at my last in-person meeting, asking you guys to take this on and come up with something. I happen to think that the one that the group wrote is just perfect with a little ding on top because it's an oasis. How many times have we all used the word oasis to describe Biscayne Park? In the heart, the word heart implies not just the geographic center, but kind of the soul of things as well. And Miami, because we're certainly part of the greater Miami area. So Biscayne Park, an oasis in the heart of Miami, I think it's just lovely and so perfect for what we are. And when we got done with the whole vision project, at the end of it, I looked at it and said, yep, and it's still perfect. But after we went through, the community went through, and all the machinations, it's still perfect. So I'm not asking you to approve it tonight, although if someone makes a motion, I'll second it and vote for it. But I would ask you to determine a process to come up with something, knowing that, I talked to Valerie about this years ago, knowing that before you could adopt it, you would need to do is it a copyright or trademark or both, whatever, to make sure someone's not using it. I did some preliminary perfunctory kind of stuff on my own, and I couldn't find it anywhere. But you would want to, sort of cross that off. I'm bringing it for a discussion. I'd love to hear what you guys think, because I think it's the thing that you need. I should mention that you would use it not just for branding purposes within the community, but anytime we talk about Biscayne Park on the website, on social media, in communications, and anytime you're branding the community, it would be the tagline that you would want people to associate with Biscayne Park. So there's the topic. Discuss.
I still have those Christmas ornaments, the ones from several years back.
Oh, I forgot about that. So a resident took the tagline,
Yeah,
and she made it into Christmas ornaments.
I got a couple of those that
Yeah.
I think I have three.
Sweet, actually. I found that the
A
other day.
pack
I
of
was
three.
packing two.
I think all three are on my tree. Well, what's left of my tree. Yeah, I mean, I certainly like it a lot. I certainly think it fits. I would just be interested in hearing from Brad about what the process from like a legal standpoint and perspective looks like on searching for the mark.
Yeah, for the mark, I had to.
It's an IP. It's an IP
That's a
service. I know.
Specialty.
Yeah.
You would have to retain that counsel. Isn't that? I'd be committing malpractice.
It's highly specialized. I know.
Yes, and at this point in my career, malpractice is not something I'm striving for.
I understand. I mean, I like it a lot. I'd like, in order to make it official, I think we need to do that step. I don't know that we would want to assign it or fix it without knowing that we've done the due diligence.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
There's a threshold issue here
yeah,
then.
What I can do is let me reach out to my firm and see
Okay.
if there's anybody in the firm. I don't think there is, but let me see if there's anyone in the firm that has that specialty. And if not, we can, at your direction, we can find counsel, kind of get some quotes.
I mean, I think that's a good first step, because if we're going to move forward and do it and use that tagline, because I've come to associate it with the village. I'd just like to know from the what the legal spend would be, and then whether we're okay to use it.
Within the past 5 years, let's say, the company that I until recently worked for, we developed a line of beauty products, and I came up with a name and some other things, and we went through this process, and I found an attorney in Miami, and I don't think it cost more than a couple $100. It was kind of pretty simple, well, actually, what he did. He like cranked it out really fast for us. So it's not a big process, having gone through it once before.
Yeah,
But he was very specific to that subject matter. I know it's what he does. He's like a trademark and patent lawyer or something like that.
patent copyrights and trademarks.
And if you want me to, I just looked him up. I put attorney in my phone and found him. I would never remember the man's name. If you want it, I'll send it to you.
Sure.
Okay.
So I am not a huge fan of taglines in general when it comes to the village. So I know this is important for you, Max, because, sorry, Mac, not Max, Max, my son. because you've been talking about, an oasis in the middle of Miami, and you've been promoted and to the point where some residents have taken to heart, and I can appreciate that. I just don't think it as a priority right now where I would put staff behind or any money behind. I think maybe down the road where we continue to work on the CIP, which has finished the strategic plan, that could be something to look into. There's also a hefty sort of investment to be done to put a tagline to place. Once you decide to move forward, as you probably know in marketing, you have to make sure that that message sticks. So not only will be the Village of Biscayne Park, but now we would switch logos. There's a lot of stuff that would need to be adjusted. So I'm not saying no completely of this. I just don't think it's a priority for me this year. With all the things we have lined up, as you've heard me talk about the basics of SOPs not being there, I just push this on the back burner for now.
So for me, Oasis in the heart of Miami. When I heard that, I don't see Biscayne Park. I see Matt Kennedy, and that means good things for me. But when I think about it, we're not in the heart of Miami, and we're when I think of Oasis, I think of water, and we only have a canal. Village of Homes, I did some research on it. It dates all the way back to our charter, when our charter was submitted to the state. I don't know how it didn't become our motto, but it probably should have, and it probably did, and we probably lost the paperwork. So I'm not saying no. What I'm saying is for me, it's about the process, and I would like to see the residents involved. This is a great thing to get the residents involved in. We have boards. We have, we could put a committee together. For me, I think that's what it boils down to. It's about the process and about letting residents. We shouldn't just be the only ones that just push them through. I think we should.
My item says come up with a process to do it.
And I'm
suggesting that.
supportive of a process of putting together, directing a board or putting together a committee. I'm supportive of that.
I won't be here, so I'll let you guys do that. But yes, that's what I'm proposing, is figure out a process. If you want to take the one that I like, take it, or put a committee. I don't care. I'm just saying, put it out there. I'm gone.
I'd still,
But you need it. You're missing it.
Yeah, I think especially the idea about the residents, I think that having the residents involved, and they live here. So I think that'd be the most important thing, is to have the residents. And you'll be surprised with the names that people come up with and ideas. So I think it's a good idea in that sense, that have the residents definitely be involved in this. But your idea is a good idea, but it's just, and I think you can probably find attorneys in Biscayne Park that might
Well, if you're
even
gonna
donate their
go
time to
through the
do it.
process of coming up with it first, you need to do that first before you hire an attorney to
Yeah.
research something.
Right.
So then decide what a process would look like, and it could be as easy as forming a board and putting a call out to people that were forming a board, and decide to put board chairs on it, whatever you guys want to do,
well,
or nothing at all.
I mean, I don't want to lose track of the thread. I think at a minimum, I'd still like the attorney to look into it to find out what the process, the procedure, and the cost looks like. Because I understand, Mac, a couple $100 maybe that's true. I have no idea. I've never done this type of work in my life. That may be true. I think I've done some service mark searches without really having any real
It
knowledge.
had to be publicly noticed somewhere. It was like perfunctory stuff like that.
It was actually a bar exam question for me back in.
No, geez. Let's not bring up old wounds.
Yeah, exactly. So what I can do is I will do some legwork and try to find out what the process is, what possible costs are. And during my attorney report for the February meeting, I'll have some information for you, that you know what the process.
I mean, I'd be comfortable with getting that information and that number before we put together a board, just because it's step one. So I'd like to see it happen. I like the idea a lot. I just would like to get some information about process and cost. Anything else? Okay. All right. So I know we got about 30 minutes left. We got 2 items. I just wanted to ask one point of order question about our workshop very quickly, if I may. This will be fast, I promise. Are we allowed to vote or take consensus on anything? Because this is part of legislative, and part of the discussion I had with the lobbyist, and I don't want to, co-opt our process here, but part of the discussion I had with the lobbyist was going to Tallahassee, and I just want to make sure at the workshop can we come to a consensus on someone going on behalf of the commission, or do we have to do that tonight? Because session is end of January.
You're
can
not-
tell you right-
you're not thinking- I'm thinking, so.
That's fine. I can tell everyone here that
Um,
David and I have had discussions about me going up,
there's-
and I will go on my own dime. I don't care.
We had
Not a big
already
deal.
budgeted
You're
for
not
it.
taking any legislative action,
Yeah.
so you could, by consensus.
Perfect. That's all I want to know. Then we can do,
Budgeted for.
Yeah.
right? We had that money assigned and
as long as we can do it then. I just didn't want to miss our opportunity to do it now because we've missed it in years past. And I'm really trying to shore up a framework with David to do it.
It's no different than the other work, the second workshop you're doing. with
Okay.
Doing the firms. You're not going to vote on selecting a firm. You're going to direct, well, I guess either myself or the clerk, manager has to do the process. To speak with the firm, to engage that firm based on your, and then we'll come back with a resolution.
Okay.
So,
Well, then let's just take it up then. I don't want to spend much more time on it now because we got two more items and we're getting close. So last two, 12C, Commissioner Amsler, this is your item if you'd like to introduce it.
yes, I'll be as brief as I can. If I can find the agenda now here. All right. So, building department processes, so an item I put together in November. I received feedback from different residents about the concerns regarding our building department. The issues highlighted primarily relate to administrative processes, regulatory requirements, and instances of miscommunication. And understanding which permits are required on what specific types of work, delays due to incomplete applications, or the need to apply for additional permits mid-project, difficulty reaching staff for guidance or clarification, limited hours, understaffed departments, a reliance on online systems. This is all the way it's been coming back to me. And overall dissatisfaction with customer service experience they endured throughout the process. So I'm going to pause here, but Linda, I took your point. You made a public comment about this item. Then this is in no way to try to minimize what the staff does for us. I absolutely understand there is a process that involves the contractor many times, majority of the times, and the communication between contractor, residents, and the village. It's a tricky one because there is a lot to blame between the contractor and the village in terms of communication that actually the resident might not be aware. When you hire a contractor, that's what they do. They kind of run on your behalf, go back, and all of a sudden, I've been in that situation, everything is the village's fault. So I'm taking that completely in respect. And I want to say again, I have nothing but the utmost respect for the people that work in the village and the building department. But these complaints exist, and it is my role to bring them forward and sort of seek to understand what's going on. For the staff portion of it, that's what I'm hoping the manager can stick up for and kind of clarify where are these inconsistencies happening. So I just wanted to frame as a response to your comment that you did that day. What I'm recommending, and that's why I'm going straight to the point to see if you guys agree. This cases of, the village is not answering the phone call when I ask. They tell me to fill up a permit application. In the midst of my work, I find out that there was another permit that they didn't tell me about that now they need. So delaying the process, this back and forth that we've heard, we had people come forward saying they had to pay to ask questions to PNC, then they come back and claim for the money because it wasn't supposed to happen. Questions about whether a roof needs to be repaired for one resident versus another that says, no, you don't need a permit application for that, or you go in front of PNC for that. So all of that back and forth generates this sense of, I don't trust the department, they don't answer the phones, and it creates this friction that I'm hoping we can avoid. Again, coming on residents' behalf, for me, the important part is, where is this tension and friction happening? So see if we can solve it. So what I was going to propose to you guys is I would like the manager to pick some cases. Let's pick 10 cases that are currently going on the pipeline and understand where they go. In that sense, Albert, what I'm asking is picking up the phone. When was the process, the first permit submitted? What has been the resolution of the permitting process? Has it been a year back and forth? Is it because of contractor issues? I can give you those that are currently sort of stuck in the middle. We had a comments of someone told me they sent an email about this to showcase one example of what they're going through. You should have received, right? that should be included as part of a public comment for this item, but I would like to put that as a record. That's one of the cases, but there's people that come up with issues. So can we pick some cases, audit them, and kind of hear back from the manager as to what can be done? Another thing, I was hoping to have Pedro tonight to kind of go through and explain what the process is, to see his perspective.
Mayor, if I could. Sure. So I've asked code compliance to make their monthly or their department presentation for the month of February, so that before she leaves, she can do a presentation on the department.
But I'm talking about building.
Right, I know,
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm getting to that. So you had brought up some concerns about code compliance, so they can address those current concerns too before she leaves. And then in March, we'll have building department make their presentation. But I can tell you this, Commissioner, that when issues arise, they accelerate to my level. And those have been very far and few since I've been here. There have been some, and then we immediately address those, and the residents are very happy with how we respond to those. But those are going to occur because you have a department that is enforcing the building code. It is a very strict building code, as some of you have experienced when you're building. Some of your inspections may have failed, and that's because your building inspector is doing the proper job. So, and then that's where the complaints come. But I can tell you that you have a very professional staff, as has been expressed, and you have a very hardworking staff, that they're beyond 5 o'clock, addressing the applications and so forth. There is no backlog right now. There's no current backlog. But I think this agenda, there wasn't a report for the building department. I'm going to make sure that there is a monthly report for building department, so you can see exactly, how many inspections they're doing, how many permits they're issuing for each category, for building, electrical, plumbing, and so forth. So you can see all those stats and see what they're working. And if we have stats from last year, you can compare it, as the police department's doing, compare those to last year to see the level of service that they have increased. I know they're working harder because I see it. And I'll leave it at that. But I think we wait till March, let them make a presentation and answer all your questions at that point. But I continue to observe that, observe them, and as I do every department, and I'm confident in the level of service that they're providing to our residents.
That doesn't quite answer so it's not about the inspection process. People are obviously not going to be happy if they didn't get the way because of Florida code or our code or anything like that. This is about answering phone calls the way they need to be, leaving messages not being responded. This is about being told to call Miami-Dade County. This instead of, this is a process about online not having all the information together. So I don't want to, again, my point
Right.
is not.
So Commissioner, I'm there.
Yeah.
If you get these complaints, tell them to call me so I can respond to them.
I do.
I'm not getting those complaints. Tell them to call me directly.
Yeah.
Tell them to email me so I know that we have dissatisfied customers and I can hear firsthand. I'm not getting those. I would like to hear those.
And to me, that's the main thing. I always refer them to you, right? And so I will put you in copy if I have something in writing. This is usually conversations of people that don't want to get in the wrong side of the village because they're in the midst of a process. So I also want to be fair to the residents. They don't want to be straightforward coming, and I don't want to, I'm in the midst of a process. I just need this to move forward. So my request is if you all agree with me, I would like to have few of these cases pull up, audited, and this is something for CAP to do. It's our vendor for them to do. How much of our building department belongs is staffed, and what part is CAP?
I won't have to get you that. I'm not sure. One?
Yeah. They have one building clerk and then the inspectors and then our building official.
Okay.
But during the day, Linda assists with the building department, and I also assist with the building department.
And I can tell you this, Commissioner, they're being told to call the county because there's some things that we don't do
Correct.
that the county does. So that's why they're being told, here, call the county with respect to that issue.
So for me, and again, I don't want to be dismissed with the, people are not happy because they're not getting the answer they need. The complaints I get is service complaint, and what I'm asking you as the manager is to provide feedback from the vendor that we pay for, that runs our building department, to come forward and say, here are the main sort of issues we've had. And we're working on that, so that I can also put forward that we are doing our due diligence as commissioners and bringing those concerns forward. I'm not going to give you a name of who you need to call if they don't want to email you, or if they don't want to reach out. Again, for the fear of retaliation, sometimes they don't want to be involved on any email that makes them public.
Well, let's do this, Commissioner.
Yeah.
You come in, you pull 5 cases or whatever, and
Then have
I'll
Cap,
audit those 5 cases,
Yeah.
and I'll do an LTC and report back on those 5 cases.
that's all I'm asking. At the end of the recommendation, if you see, I'm asking for random cases to be audited. Doesn't have to be anyone in particular that we go for. If you guys are okay, that would be the way to move forward.
It sounds like, yeah, that's like the
Mayor,
third time.
can I just make one very quick comment on
Sure.
this topic? So, and just with regards to the timing of approval of permits.
Yeah.
If you're doing, and I understand that's not the whole purpose of your audit, or your request for an audit, excuse me. But I just want you to all remember that effective January 1st of this year, that House bill went into effect, which changed the timeframes and expedited the approval of building permits. So that, you're only talking about, what are we, 6 days?
You're talking about
Process, so there may be.
review of the files with the understanding that the law
Yeah,
has
so just
changed.
with that caveat, that the approval process is going to speed up because it has to by statute, which is one of the reasons why we amended tonight. We approved an amendment to our building code.
Understand.
May I make one comment? Sure. Before we close the item down? I'm not going to disagree with you. I don't know how big of a problem there is, and I get complaints as well. But honestly, there's not a person sitting on this dais that I haven't received a complaint about. So I'm sure you hear them about me. So, and often very often it's because people don't understand the process that's going on. So they think they're being singled out. I'm not being treated fairly. I hear all of this too. And most of the time, it's not the case. It's because they don't understand the process. They don't understand the difference between the building department and the code department and the planning board and the code board, and they get them all confused. We've had people show up at our meetings thinking we're another board, or vice versa. I've been in code meetings where they think they're at a commission meeting. So I think a lot of this is the education of educating the community and communicating with them better about, and I think something as simple as understand your village structure. This department does this and you go to them for that, and they have an app and you use it for that. I just think it's probably time for something like that to sort of explain it to people in very simple, clear-cut kind of ways without making it look all confusing. And that heads off a lot of problems, because then they go, oh, if I need a permit, I don't go to the code compliance board. When Dan and I bought our house, we had to go get permits for everything, and we showed up at the code compliance board, and we're like, I think we're in the wrong place. And then I got up in public comment and I said, I think you're the people we don't ever want to meet. I think we're at the wrong meeting, because we got put on the agenda. So people don't know what they don't know, right? So I think I'm not disagreeing with you, and I'll support it to whatever degree. The notion of looking at what the facts are, but I think it just points back to that, here's an opportunity to explain to people kind of meet your village, and here's who they are, and here's what they do, and here's how you access them and for what purpose, and try to head things off at the pass. Because I'm in Village Hall sometimes when I see the craziness swirling around. I recently had to go get some stuff done, and I don't think I was treated special because I'm a commissioner. I hope I wasn't, and it just went swimmingly, so.
Right, and if I could, Mayor, to just follow up on that. So I was walking through the lobby today, and code compliance was speaking to a lady there and explaining the process to her, and I caught some of the conversation. But they were able to explain the process, and it didn't escalate to my level. They didn't say, hey, I want to meet with the manager. They were fully satisfied. They walked away fully satisfied. So there is a process, and the process, I think, is working. So.
Okay, so it sounds like we have an agreement on your recommendation, and that's good. And communication is certainly a very critical element to this, but it sounds like we've got a bit of a resolution on your item, so I'm glad that we did.
Sarah, since you're the de facto communications arm of the village, now, I make that nomination right now. Who seconds it? Okay, we jumping on to mine before we run out of time?
Okay, we're on our last one. It's new to.
Okay, so
Routine
hopefully
C.
this will be quick, and I'm going to ask Dan to really step in here and manage this. So recently at the Winterfest, which I did not get to attend, I was out of town. Commissioner Samari was there in uniform and had some kind of an official, I'm going to use the word raffle. I'll let him explain exactly what happened. And I was not aware that this would be happening. I read about it on social media. And I said, I better look into this and see what this is about. I contacted Al, I talked to Brad. They didn't, I'll let them jump in here. They were not aware of what was going on or exactly how or whatever. But, and then I was hearing from other residents and I thought, okay, we need to get to the bottom of this, because what I really don't like among any of us up here is something untoward. We have enough crap going on that we don't need to be throwing more stuff out there for people to be angry about because they didn't understand something or they saw something and they didn't know who to ask. So, but if there was money raised on behalf of the village by a commissioner, we all need to understand the process by which that's allowed to take place. By law, it's required to take place in terms of Miami-Dade County ethics. And if money was raised, I would personally like to know how the money was raised, who it was raised for, were there prizes given out, who received them, what were they? There needs to be a full accounting for things like this to happen, and we have a foundation that handles money for us. We need some transparency on this, because there were some things being said to me about another commissioner and things being said on social media that I didn't like to hear. And I'm not saying that it's a criticism towards you, Dan. I'm saying I don't like hearing that about the Biscayne Park Commission. We should be working on stuff, not, handling this crap. So I would like a full accounting as to what happened, who's aware of it, the money that was raised. I want to see where the money went and know what was going on, because it was done on if it was done on behalf of Biscayne Park, there are laws and norms that we have to follow. That's all.
Okay, Commissioner?
This was my personal event. I have all the papers that show it. I gave away 4 gift cards out of my own pocket. The village manager and Issa knew that I was doing it, even promoted it at the event. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, I'm not going to go into it. I have all the paperwork that shows what I did. I mean, if this commission decides to have an investigation, it's up to you. You can do that, but I know that I'm within my rights.
Okay.
So you said this was your personal event, but Dan, it was at a village event, and you were dressed as a commissioner. You had your commissioner shirt on.
Dressed as a commissioner because I just came back from the Christmas parade.
Okay.
Support. I gave $100 to the recreation department, gave a $100 donation to have my event. I've done it all through the years. Creepy Critters Pest Control has sponsored events, and I've never had a problem with this in the past. As ethics has told me, that Dan Samaria, Creepy Critters are the same thing. I'm allowed to do stuff. So this was my event. This is not police department event. This was my event.
So you got permission from, okay, but you were dressed as, you had your commissioner shirt on. So you were Commissioner Samaria to people who were walking up to the table. Yes, no?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's
Also,
just asking.
Commissioner Samaria is also, I don't lose my rights as a commissioner.
So
Because
can I make a recommendation? I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off,
I don't want
Commissioner.
to get into an argument with this. If this
No,
commission
I wanna-
decides they want to do an investigation, do an investigation.
We're not, no one said anything about that.
Make a
except for
recommendation.
you.
I just want to make a recommendation.
I was originally going to bring everything that would settle this, but I was told.
Commissioner,
it would be stupid
I have
for
a,
me to do it.
I have a recommendation that I'd like to ask the manager. In these sort of scenarios, normally what we've done is we've asked the manager, could you talk to the affected parties and make a determination from your managerial standpoint whether there needs to be further investigation, or whether, in your opinion, from what you've determined in your presentation to the commission of what happened, if we need to go any further, or if this is in, again, in your managerial capacity, satisfied.
So I think I need to have a conversation with Commissioner Samaria, and we had tried to do that, but we couldn't arrange that, and I would ask just the city attorney to be sitting in, or if he can't sit in, to have somebody there. I don't feel comfortable just doing it by myself.
Brad, can you
So-
explain why you can't be involved in this?
And this is something that Commissioner Samara and I had a conversation privately about this. I explained it to him. As the village attorney, I represent the interests of the village. I also represent this collegial body as a commission, the governing body of the village. And I also represent each and every one of you in the course and scope of your duty. So the best way to explain that, if somehow you became into some type of a legal dispute, a lawsuit because of something you did in the course and scope of your responsibilities as a village commissioner, I'm your counsel.
Right.
And unless the your insurance carrier would cover that liability and present counsel. So I'm still involved in that representation. I can't be involved. The reason why I can't be involved with a conversation with Commissioner Samaria and the manager at this point is because the potential of a conflict, if he were to say something, and I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form, I'm not.
This is purely a legal positioning
legal
of
position, and I
privilege.
Consulted with the Florida Bar about this. This is my license on the line that we're talking.
Right.
About. And if he were to say something that was contrary to the interests of the commission, I would be put in a conflict position where I have an obligation to the village and to this commission to notify you all, yet he is my client as well.
Right.
As far as the course. And so I really need to stay out of this. So at this point, if there's a need of legal assistance, and that conflict, I must say, also extends to our firm. So, because our firm represents you, I'm just a representative of our firm. So if there's a need for legal representation, at the commission's direction, either to the manager or myself, we would have to you'd have to employ outside counsel to be a part of that conversation.
Okay.
Well, so it doesn't get to that.
Well, this is what I'm hearing, and I understand the concern bringing it up. I understand the position of Commissioner Samaria. What I hear is a difference in intent. And to me, there's not enough facts to make an ultimate determination of what was going on. So that's why I put the threshold issue to the manager, because this is the position that you're in, Mr. Manager, to determine, is there something that some sort of official or formal action that we as a commission need to take? Because I haven't heard really enough to say that that's the case.
If I can jump in there, Mr. Mayor, and provide some clarity. I was at the Winterfest event. My daughter got away from me for a second. I found her at the raffle booth. I read the sign that was there, and it bothered me a little bit. The sign, I can't testify exactly what it said, but basically I read it, and it said, give us $1 for a raffle ticket. You have to make a donation for a raffle ticket. That kind of bothered me. I said, I don't think that's the way raffles work, but you can't require payment for a raffle ticket. But I saw Commissioner Samaria there identifying himself with the shirt. That also bothered me. And then furthermore, when we attended the holiday luncheon, Commissioner Samaria offered up to let me know that he was inviting the winners of the raffle here to Village Hall to accept their proceeds that they won from the raffle. So here, a commissioner is not only having his raffle at a village event in a village shirt, but then he's also inviting them to village property, Village Hall, to accept their winnings. It all just didn't sit right with me.
What were the winnings?
Your microphone's off.
The paper that was put up was not authorized me. When it was brought to my attention, I brought it to the chief, and the chief, we took it off. So there was no dollar for a raffle ticket. I was even concerned why people were giving $1 donation, which is what I didn't ask. So there was no dollar for a raffle ticket. That was a mistake. That was wrote down by mistake, not by me, but somebody else wrote it down. And so there was no dollar raffle given out.
So people were getting free raffle tickets?
Free raffle tickets. And I'm allowed, as
I
a
can-
private citizen, No,
Not,
I'm
not,
gonna
not
talk-
to, not to, not to interrupt, but I'm still on the call and I can personally.
Yeah, I understand, John. I'd just like to give the commissioner a chance to finish his thought, please.
I gave away to help kids 4 gift cards, $100, $75, and $50. One resident said they didn't want the $75, so they took the 75 and said, give it back to another kid. So I called up all 3 of the winners because I had their raffle tickets. I mean, I had their, not raffle tickets, excuse me, I had their gift cards for them. So I had them come out here and meet me outside after the party. One of the residents was not in town, and they approached Issa about it, and we finally did it. So the gift cards were donated by my company and me. I am Creepy Critters Pest Control. People got to get used to that. I am Creepy Critters Pest Control. Years ago, we had,
Also Commissioner Samaria, especially
That-
with
yeah.
a commissioner shirt.
but so what did you want me to do? When a parade was over, tear off my shirt and put it on the survey?
I don't want to listen.
No,
I don't want to. I don't want to get in.
Commissioner
No, look,
Samaria, if you're wearing a village shirt, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
You're
listen.
commissioner.
Listen.
And did you raise any money? That's what I want to know first. Did you raise any money?
Your microphone's off.
I asked people if they wanted to give donations
At the same table?
at the same table.
You were saying, here, take a free raffle ticket to win some gift certificates for something, and you can also donate money for what?
For the toys for kids.
For what toys?
Toys for kids that we have at the event for the Christmas Club.
So these were 2 separate things going on at the same table.
Right.
These weren't the toys that you were giving out as prizes.
No, these are toys that were going to be given to a hospital. Yes.
So you're giving away raffle tickets, apparently
didn't-
you, for $1 for a while, and then you stopped doing
No,
it.
I was never for $1.
Okay, well, there's a sign that said for $1.
Oh, but
get a
that
raffle
wasn't my sign. Okay, so I don't know how that's,
Whose sign was it?
I don't know, it wasn't my sign. So,
Well, did some stranger walk up and put the sign on your table? I'm a little confused. I'm trying to understand.
Look,
No, really, I'm honestly trying to understand.
All right.
Is
so
there,
I want to just slow down for a second. Yeah, I think the takeaway is there are questions and some answers, and I think we want to understand. But I don't think that we do this right here, right now. I think that we give this to the manager. We say, Mr. Manager, we need you to look at it. We need you to tell us the findings, and we need to know whether we need to take any further action. Because I don't think we're going to come to a conclusion right now.
Al, have you tried to talk to Dan about this?
So to answer your question, Vice Mayor, when we had learned about it, the village attorney and I wanted to meet with him. He on a Friday afternoon, he said he wasn't available, and then we sent an email for Saturday at noon, and he said he wasn't available at that time. He didn't feel comfortable meeting with us. So.
said that the meeting, you didn't say was about that. You just said you wanted to have a meeting with me and the attorney on Friday, and I said I could not do it on a Friday.
Right.
So I said I will meet with you on a Saturday at 12, and I decided not to do it when I figured out what you wanted to talk to him about.
Okay, so now that
You weren't upfront on what you wanted to talk to. You said you just wanted to have a meeting with me and the attorney.
the question at this point now is that it's a discussion item. We've talked about it, and if it is the request of the commission, and Brad, maybe this is a procedural issue, if it's the request of the commission that the manager look at this and just kind of make a determination or make a recommendation, are we, or as a commission, as a collegial body, are we able to do that?
Are you able to do it? The simple answer is yes.
Okay.
What you're asking the manager to do is essentially conduct an investigation or at least an inquiry and come to a recommendation to the commission with regards to one of his boss's conduct.
Should we have an
Right.
outside somebody or other
So-
do that instead?
I think that, I won't speak for the manager, but I think that might be problematic from his perspective.
Okay, I'm not trying to put,
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
saying,
trying to create a difficult
don't know.
situation.
without commenting on what I've heard today,
Mhm.
I think the manager, even if he were to do that, would need some assistance with somebody that's familiar with the law and the application of,
Because of the position of the principles
His
here.
relationship with,
Right, because of the positioning of the principals, your firm physically cannot act in that capacity based on the recommendation from the Florida Bar.
Correct, because the firm is your counsel. I'm just appointed as a representative.
I understand. Okay.
Dan, have you hired a lawyer to represent you on this in any way? Have you? No? Okay, fair enough. Is this something that would be just easier to turn over to Dade County Ethics and let them do it? And then Al's out of it, the attorney's out of it, and they can.
That was my question, Mr. Manager, with the
All
county.
right, we got like 6 people talking at once.
To answer that question, you have really 3 options.
Okay?
4 options. You can do nothing, which doesn't sound like that's the desire of the commission. You can have an an attorney outside of my firm appointed. You're going to have to pay them, yes, to conduct an investigation and bring back to the commission an opinion based on their investigation, whether or not there's a violation of either state law, state or county ethics code, or the village charter. Or you could refer this directly to either the state or the county ethics commission, or both, and let them conduct an investigation. And if they believe, based on their investigation, that it should be forwarded to another authority, be handled, they won't address your charter, but if there's a state law violation or a county ethics violation or state ethics violation, they will refer it out.
Okay. It makes me uncomfortable to have Al involved in this, particularly because we're in the process of hiring a permanent manager. We haven't accepted applications yet, but assuming that Al would be applying, then he's investigating, quote marks in the air, a commissioner who will be casting a vote for or against him. It's just all very awkward and untoward. I think it's a whole lot cleaner and simpler to hand it off to ethics and let them deal with it and determine if there's something. Let's decide on that now, but I'm going to say this now because I want to give my opinion on this while it's in the front of my head. Dan, please don't step in stuff. You just got back up here on the dais. Please don't step in stuff. And if you are questioning anything, go to them and ask them first, or come to us. Because if you had come to us at the December meeting and said, guys, I want to do this, the attorney would have said legally, bam, 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 bam. And the manager would have said, by norms, bam, 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 and my staff may do this and they may not do that. And we would have said, yeah, Dan, do it, or no, it makes us comfortable, and take your shirt off before you sit down there and give out toys. You know, we would have, and you wouldn't be here having this awkward conversation with your brand new colleague. So Dan, look at me for a second. Really, I mean this in the best way. Slow down and ask way more questions. Before you hop in a police car, go to him. Before you hop in a code compliance car, go to him. Before you do something like this, even if it's with the best intentions of your heart to help kids who aren't getting toys for Christmas, ask everybody. And then you'll avoid this. But in the meantime, it happened. People are questioning it. You just gave me an explanation that makes no sense inside my head. So I think ethics should take over from here. That's what I vote for.
All right, well, I don't want to involve the manager, especially in the position where you could certainly, I don't want to make it more difficult for either party. Understood.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, please.
I can't do that, so.
Okay.
If you give me that direction, it would still be a conflict.
Okay.
So I'm sorry to throw this in the manager's lap, but you can, by consensus, direct the manager to refer this to ethics.
Well, can we keep everyone clean and direct Jonathan to do it on behalf of the village, on behalf of the commission?
He could certainly do it. Any one of you could file an ethics.
I would rather staff stay clean of all of this, and I'd be much more comfortable, Jonathan, calling ethics, having the conversation, hand it over to them and let them do it. And he's also an attorney. He knows the right words to use, whatever. So I trust that Jonathan will present it well to them.
Well, I don't have enough facts to present it other than just calling them and inquiring what the process is.
Open up.
Because I'm not going to make any representations on behalf of
No.
Commissioner Samaria or on behalf of the village or on behalf of anything we've heard.
This
from
came
the
up, and we would like you to keep us all clean of it. We would like you to take it from here. That's all we're asking.
I can make the phone call and make an inquiry.
Or back in February?
I'm not going to make any representations to them on your behalf because I don't want to do that.
Or against,
I can-
anyway.
Exactly. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I will.
Sure.
May I suggest that it's state ethics and county, because as I did the research, this is state statutes that we're talking about that governs raffles. So it seems like they would be the best people to handle state ethics.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
yeah, please.
I don't know, on behalf of the village. So I think I would suggest is just a copy of this tape of tonight's meeting and forward that to the Ethics Commission and ask them to look into it. You know, that any one of you could do that, and that. I
Okay,
think they
it's a
would-
link. It's
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
YouTube link.
Yeah, well then I would be more comfortable if they heard us take a vote or by consensus or whatever is appropriate at this point, so they hear us all say, yes, we want this to happen.
It's not a formal vote, so it's a matter.
So
of-
consensus?
You're
Okay.
directing either somebody in city staff.
Okay.
Myself, or you're appointing one of your fellow members of this collegial body to file. There's a formal complaint that has to be filed.
Okay.
There's a-
If that's what I'm being asked to do by the commission, then I can make a phone call and just ask them. Because, correct.
Okay, I'd be very, Jonathan, I know you don't want to probably volunteer this on your own since you're
Not-
appointing you, but I would be very happy, Jonathan, if you would represent the village in this matter to state and county ethics, explain to them what's going on and ask them for the next steps. And if they want to link to this meeting, they will hear all of us fully supporting, hopefully, well, I shouldn't speak for everyone, but I'll be the first one to say I support because I want this to be cleared up and to go away as quickly as possible.
I fully concur with Commissioner Kennedy. I think that state and county ethics need to be involved, and you have my vote of confidence, Jonathan, to represent us.
Well, again, I'm not going to be making any representations to them about what happened or about what Commissioner Samari's positioning or what he did because I don't feel comfortable doing that, but I can certainly discuss it with them.
Dan, are you comfortable with Jonathan making those calls on behalf of the commission? That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you're comfortable with Jonathan being the person to make that call. Okay, there you go. You got a, yeah. Veronica, you're good?
I think my main question was, you're saying you're not representing anybody at the end of the day. So what do you feel comfortable, do you feel comfortable doing this? And then what would you bring forward for them to
Well,
analyze then?
Wouldn't be, so I think if I understand the process correctly, and I would, you both have more experience than me.
You were there? No.
No, well, I was at the event, but I didn't have any discussions with the
Jonathan will be
commissioner.
representing the fact that this conversation took place
Just-
and that we asked him to take it to them.
That's it, just that, ask them what they need, I suppose, because I don't want to make any representations to them. I'm not saying I don't want to represent any party herein, I just say I don't want to make any representations to them about what happened that they
You
make.
weren't there, so you don't have
No
those specifics.
opinions, no nothing,
any of it.
just this conversation took place and the commission agreed, if unanimously or 4-1, whatever it is by consensus, to ask them to look into the matter and decide if there's something there they should look at or not, and we'll follow their lead.
So I wasn't there. I just want to reiterate how important it is. We all proceed with certain boundaries, and those boundaries need to be respected for all the clear reasons of who we represent and the respect to that. So if you feel comfortable with that, my vote is yes.
I don't know that there's anyone else to do it, and I'll make contact about that. I know we did have one other discussion.
Mayor, before
Yeah.
we leave this item, so there was a $100 check that was given to the Parks and Recreation Department. So we had discussions with the village attorney about this, and on his advice, we're going to return that check to Commissioner Samara.
So if the commission remembers, may,
Yeah, okay, sure.
you all passed a donation policy too long ago. So it's within the manager's discretion based on, for that amount, whether they would accept. Or be under the circumstances.
Well, he can make the decision. It's his position to do so. It's within his discretion. All right, I know we had one other new business item. It was with respect to the minutes procedures, so that will be the one item that we are requesting to be rolled over to the next meeting agenda. With that, I think we're concluded, so,
I
Vice
want a
Mayor?
picture with you guys before we all leave the room, if you don't mind jumping up front here and getting a picture with me.
Yeah, certainly. Actually, I was going to ask you if you would like to make the motion to adjourn your final meeting.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready to make that motion. It's my last meeting. I want to drag it out as long as I can. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you. It is a pleasure, really. Thank you. And thank you for all the kind words and for everybody who came and spoke. That felt really nice.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks. If I'd known how nice you'd all be, I would have quit a long time ago. See?
Was that a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.